Everybody, this is PLUStainment Show. You notice that our beautiful blonde girl is missing. A lot of people think it's Makowsky, but Jane Ellen is. Hope you feel better, Janie. It's a special night. It's Sunday. We're busting in on a lot of territory, a lot of other hangouts on air. I know Google or Android enthusiasts going on right now. And Paulie Tenth's like, are you doing the show live? I was gonna do the show live in like while I'm dead. No, there's no joke. I got nothing. All right, Paulie, get the fuck in here.
Are we on the air?
Yeah, we're on. I think we are. The name of this episode is Comedy Gold, and right now it's Comedy so.
Comedy Gold.
Comedy Gold.
I'm in the courtyard this week. Marriott Courtyard.
Oh, the Marriott Courtyard. Look, I brought a little inspired by Makowsky. Actually, before I eat the thing, I need to let's share this show to people. Will Paulie Tenth be coming in anytime soon? Anytime, Paul. You want to come in as yourself? You want to come in as a contractor? You want to come in as I don't know, as a hotel clerk? I don't know. A man with many skills, Paulie the Tenth. Many people don't know this, but Paulie the Ninth was my favorite. Paulie the Tenth.
You want to have Jane's baby?
I want to have Jane's baby.
I mean, well, do you want her to have your baby?
I never thought about it. Did you ever think about it?
If you wanted her to have your baby, you need to go back in time like 10 years ago because
she can't.
She has no body part.
Right.
She's not a body part. She's had her womb removed. She's had her.
Oh, all right. Well, I guess my fantasy is over.
And I think she hasn't had her final sex change surgery. I think she's still got her.
So what you're saying is I can have sex with her without risk of pregnancy, but I might get a disease, possibly.
I don't know if you'll get a disease.
All right, so it's a win-win situation. Unless I wanted a kid that looked like Jane Ellen to me at the same time.
You gotta make her sleep on the bathroom floor, though.
I would. I would give her. Why? She likes the tub, doesn't she? She can't have the tub. After last week's episode or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, she loves the tub.
She loves the tub.
Excuse me, just so you're aware, I still have monkey days.
Oh, that's true. You were sick. You right? You had other diseases too.
It is still lingering, and I had an antibiotic. I was on, what's the name of that shit? They call it a Z-Pack. You ever hear of this, a Z-Pack of erythromycin? What it is it's a concentrated antibiotic, and it lasts for 5 days. You take it for 5 days, but it lasts in your system for 10 days.
Oh, nice.
And what it does is it effectively kills you for the 5 days that you take it.
It kills you, so you've been dead for quite some time. You're kind of like you've been dead half your life.
We filmed a death watch that we put out on YouTube. We did a live HOA that we did about a 5 or 7 minute HOA while I was on death watch, and Jane and Cynthia Parrott ate food while they watched me die. I didn't actually die, but they just sat there and kind of ate food and watched. But the medicine, I'm sure you've taken antibiotics before, right? You ever taken antibiotics?
Yeah, I'm a human being. Yeah, of course.
Do you like what it does to your poop?
I love that it makes me poop so much. You know what's funny? Chris Pirillo just said okay now, and I don't know what that means. Hey, Chris, if you're actually watching this show is, I mean, we'd love to have you on, but this show is all out poop war. Sex, poops, and rock and roll. So, how do you feel about Chris being on here? Cause,
I don't know, Chris.
I mean, we'll invite Chris in here. I mean, yeah, I know you don't necessarily want to hear about him talking about the ghost town that is your ass. But
you know, it'd be a pleasure and an honor to meet Chris Pirillo. I might actually circle him.
He might actually block me after this is over. He'll be like, "What did you have me walk into?" If I invite his wife,
I'm not all that vile.
You know what?
I'm not all that vile tonight.
You're not gonna be bile? That's fine.
I mean, I could be, but...
Yeah, Jane's not here. Jane usually makes you bile. There it is. Oh, one viewer. That's great. You know, nothing says self-confidence like seeing that you have one viewer, and that one viewer might actually be yourself. So.
You know, at my dinner that I had, it was really funny. I was watching the viewer count, and at one time it hit like 50 viewers.
Look at you.
Really
You're the man now, dog. What,
it would go to like 50 to like 10 to 3 to 7 to 8. So that was kind of fun, and the dinner was fun. I thought the kids did a good job. They knew they were on camera, and I thought they did a pretty good job. It was cute. You enjoying your chocolate bar?
Jeez, of course. I didn't eat it like you. I'm more chewy than you. I break it into pieces. You go like this.
I eat a Snickers ice cream. You really can't break it apart without it spilling all over.
So yeah, so Snickers ice cream. Does that mean you don't have regular Snickers bars and the mini Snickers?
There's traditional Snickers bar, which is the peanuts and I guess the caramel and the chocolate. But then there's a Snickers ice cream bar, which has the peanuts, but it's instead of being filled with caramel and that other bullshit, it's filled with chocolate ice cream.
Yeah, it's like the episode of Seinfeld. The Cookie Crunch.
Heaven.
Twix.
The Twix!
The Twix! It was the Twix! They're all Twix!
They're all Twixes! They're all Twixes!
It was a setup!
It's a setup. They're all
It's probably like the best episode. What happened to all my props? Where'd they go? You're eating the evidence! Oh, George. Georgie boy! Yeah, that shows it. I mean, and his father has to be, how could you trade Jay Buhner? When he's talking to Steinbrenner. It's like, no one.
One of my favorites is when George is hawking with the Yankees uniforms, right? He's talking about their polyester. This doesn't seem very comfortable. Do you ever think of going with cotton? You'll breathe. Your team will be 5 degrees cooler than the other team.
Right. Have the advantage. Yeah. A lot of people didn't know that Larry David was Steinbrenner, but yeah.
Larry David was the voice of Steinbrenner.
Yeah, he was the voice of that. Is what I meant. He was the episode with the lot, like they selling the umbrella or whatever. He was like the vendor. You see his eyes. That's my dog.
He was in this newspaper stand when George was buying something from a newspaper stand, and Larry was inside the newspaper stand. I think
Cousin Larry. Wow. We didn't actually chew. Yeah, I don't have, for some reason, do you ever have this issue? Do you use Chrome?
Yeah.
Do you ever have the issue where all of a sudden all the extensions are not there and you have to then go and re-enable all of them?
No, but I don't install that many extensions. I have like 2.
Like a few, like My Hangouts or whatever, the Hangout ones.
If you put in too many, this Chrome crashes.
Yeah, that's probably what happened.
So
Who told me to F all? I must have put the extension that says clear all extensions for the rest of your life. For the rest of your natural born life. This is like our movie episode. You know what that's from? I got you, Bender. I got you for the rest of your natural born life. You want another?
You want another? One more? You want another? You want another? Go ahead. That's
Go ahead. Excuse me, sir. That's 7. Or that's 8. Shut up.
Remember when you asked if you had Barry Manilow's wardrobe?
Did you raid Barry Manilow's wardrobe closet? And you know what? What's scary? That movie is, what is that? Movie like 25 years old? 26?
85?
85.
1985.
Maybe. A lot of movies. 84? 83?
We
haven't heard from Judd Hirsch. No, I called him Judd Hirsch. Judd Nelson. Wow. I haven't heard from Judd Nelson quite some time. Not that we've heard from Judd Hirsch.
The last movie Judd Nelson did was like Shoot from the Hip.
I remember that. I watched that. We took the plane to Mexico. The only time I've been there when I was 8. And it was on it was a movie on the plane. It wasn't that.
You were 8. I was graduating college.
I was 8. You were graduating college. See, we're very close in age. Well, actually, so wait, no, this is when it was already like after the movie, so maybe Maybe you were. It was a year. Oh, maybe you were you were a year out of college.
What year was it?
I have no idea. Let's see, 80s.
Was it like
86? 80. I think 86.
Oh no, I was graduating. If that was the year, I was still in high school.
All right, yeah. That was the year you and your friends all saw Back to the Future and Karate Kid in the same shebang.
By the way, I might have to watch. I've got Game of Thrones on in the background on the TV.
Really?
There's sex going on right now.
Wait a second. I thought you didn't give a shh about Game of Thrones.
I don't. When I put on HBO, I've been watching HBO for the last. I'm not watching it. I've just been on Hangout.
All right, don't describe it because I haven't watched a couple episodes. So, I mean, I don't care.
There's mad sex going on
Mad
right now
sex
between
the imp and other people.
I don't know what the fuck they are, but she is hot.
Amy Gabriel.
She's hot, and I need to fuck her now.
Hey, I believe I inspired you to do Comedy Gold, and Amy Gabriel is trying to say that I'd like Comedy Gold was like a team with something that happened on PLUStainment. No, thought it's Amy Gabriel's being all funny, but she's all like, "Oh, Comedy Gold is trademarked by Mr. Matt Makowsky as his legal reputation. I must ask that you provide my client and by proxy me 90% of the profits you receive from said phrase." Oh wait, profits, right? Never mind. Oh wait, do one of those, Amy Gabriel. Oh. Shit-eating grin. Oh, Amy Gabriel, who was supposed to be in a bathtub, did not happen. It was her idea, by the way. Where is she? Let's invite her in here. Nothing says ratings like chicks.
I see. I'm reading this. Comedy Gold is trademarked by Mr. Matt Makowsky as his legal representation. I must ask that you provide my client and by proxy 90% of the profits you receive from said phrase.
What did you just read that? What?
Yeah, I didn't understand a word you said.
Oh, you didn't? You're like, I never
by
understood.
Shit. Never right. By,
Put on your bifocals. Bifocals. Big shit eating.
Yeah, I'm gonna. You know, how often do you think about dying? Because I swear to God, I think about it every.
That's because you're always flying. You're always gonna die. You always.
No, dying. Flying doesn't bother me about dying. And you know, today I had 2 bird strikes. By the way, when I was piloting the plane. I had a double bird.
And by bird strikes, do you mean that you were shitting your pants, or what kind of strikes?
I mean that actually I was sitting in row 5A.
5A. Was there a chick? Is that like a sexist term for a girl?
Actually, I was in 5. No, there were no.
Nice. Now, do you like as you cough up the rest of your lungs, do you like it when the plane is 2 and 2, 2, 3 and 2, 1 and 1? Keep it on all, you know what I'm talking about, the seats?
You know, yeah, for convenience purposes, 2 and 2 is better. It's quicker to board the plane, and the 3 and I do like the A320, which is 3 and 3. I love the A320. It's the plane that I am certified to fly, and I say certified in quotes, of course.
Yeah, you just
that I do know how to fly it. JetBlue flies the Embraer 190s, which are 2 and 2, and they fly the A320s, and I fly the A320 every week up to Buffalo. It's my favorite aircraft because I know how to fly.
It's a good plane.
If I needed to fly it, I could fly it.
It's good. It's a good aircraft.
If the moment should arise,
strike you,
the terrorists try to take over the aircraft, and they say, "Who can fly this plane?" I will raise my hand.
Someone get these motherfucking Makowskis off my motherfucking plane, they'll say. Maybe. You're wearing headphones. You never wear headphones, do you?
I bought these a couple of weeks ago. For this particular show. They're okay. Yeah, they got padded. They're padded.
Kind of like this, like one of your. So I was gonna make an easy joke there, but the cell joke and the crazy, it's too easy. Padded cell, all right, too easy that joke. Paulie Tenth doesn't like us. What the hell? Paulie Tenth, you're now banned. No, I'm just kidding. Where are you coming here, Paulie Tenth? What? It's Sunday. I know I threw everybody off. Like, what? Sunday? Isn't it Monday, Tuesday? You don't do your. I don't know. It's too hard to keep.
That's the question.
Yeah.
How's my hair tonight? Do I look? The light is shining.
It looks pretty good. The product is. I don't know if you have much product in there though, right?
I have no product.
That's
my
the.
hair. My hair
Let me ask you. You talked about dying. Well, what? And I always look at my hair and like people say, oh, I can see holes. And I mean, you know, you can't see the camera, but I think I have plenty of hair. But still, you think about it, right? At what point did you feel like you were thinning or losing hair, or how old were you? It was really a big deal.
My hair is getting gray. It's not thinning, but you're what, 34?
Yeah, I just turned 34.
when you turn 40, it all of a sudden dawns on you that the decades are flying by, and you say, "Wow,
oh, now they're flying by."
In the next decade, I'm going to be 50.
Oh.
After that, I'm going to be 60. Pretty soon, you're just kind of facing death every day.
Do you remember when you were a kid? Remember when you were a kid? Remember when you were like 12 or 13? You're like, oh, I can't wait to be 21 or 18. It's going to take forever, and it took forever. And once you hit 21, 22, then it flies, right?
You're 30, 40, 50, and before you know it...
We're depressing the fuck out of everybody that isn't watching right now.
So, but if you think about it, what's bizarre to me is in 100 years, all of us will be dead. Every single one of us... I'm not going to be 140. Are you going to be 134?
By then, maybe. I mean, would I want to live that long if the quality of life was not quality? I don't know. It's a good question.
I mean, and now I look at, I got my parents. My father is 72.
Okay.
My mother is 68.
Okay. My mom's going to be 64. Happy birthday, Mom.
You start thinking in terms of their death and what that's going to mean to your life. And then you start thinking you're heading that direction. And
yeah, and I did too. I think about, like, even my dog. I think unnecessarily so, but I think about that period of time after the death, and when the death happens, and the upset that's going to follow, and sadness, and dealing with it all, and what it's like when, your parents are gone, and other people are gone, or, and I'm constantly thinking I have aches and pains. Do I have a disease? Like, I can be a hypochondriac sometimes. It's the Jew.
Let me give you a secret about the aches and pains. If you take an aspirin, an ibuprofen, or a Tylenol, or whatever, and that ache or pain goes away, you don't have cancer. If it doesn't go away,
you have cancer.
You have cancer.
Is that your medical? Is that the medical opinion? What if I don't take anything and it doesn't go away?
If I've had like these bizarre things happen to me, like bizarre pains and places, I go, okay, I'm gonna take the Tylenol now.
Yeah, but it's gas. A lot of it is just gas, right?
Sometimes you get gas, and you have to mark that out. But if it's like a headache, like an extreme headache, and if you take Tylenol and that shit doesn't go away,
yeah, but what if you have like sinuses or allergies?
I'm telling you, it's brain cancer. There's no such thing as allergies. If you take Tylenol and the pain doesn't go away, you've probably got brain cancer. It's just one of those things. I didn't go to medical school, and I have no idea how this...
for 20 years to be called sir. God damn it, doctor. So many doctors. Let's see who else thinks it's comedy gold. Android enthusiasts going on right now, or was, and they're like, oh, that's comedy gold. Yeah, have a show at the same time we're having a show. In fact, they're episode number 12 too. We would have been episode number like 50, but we're behind. So. Oh my God, we have a visitor in the bathtub. I bet we're gonna have a chick in here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. I was so close. There's a picture. Oh, there she is, and she's in the bathtub. No, I can't even see her focusing. Amy Gabriel.
Gentlemen, good evening.
We were just talking about death and dying.
We're just talking about you in a bathtub. What?
I thought we were talking about comedy gold.
I was about death and dying.
What are you saying? Being in a bathtub's comedy gold. That's not a compliment. Thanks, though.
Where are you today?
I'm on my front porch, drinking copious amounts of iced coffee and smoking cigarettes.
Nice.
Are you excuse me.
Makowsky does not smoke. That's the difference. That is the big difference.
Amy, I don't mean to scare you, but I still have monkey AIDS.
Wow, we actually went. This is the first time I've ever seen the number of viewers drop to 0. It actually says 0. That is that. Now I've never seen that. Oh, we're back to 1. Oh, there we go.
Comedy gold.
Comedy gold.
That's me. I logged in on another account.
Oh, you bastard! You made me feel better.
You know what? You didn't advertise the show tonight. You didn't.
Yeah, I didn't. We didn't advertise. I just did it. People were like, "Oh, all right, there it is. No big deal." All right.
Whatever.
If I can get 3 viewers on a 2 viewers on a as it goes down. Amy, so did you watch Jane Ellen in the bathtub? You have any thoughts about that?
You know what? I don't really think I could say what I thought about that. I would make Jane Ellen uncomfortable, I think.
I don't think you can make Jane Ellen uncomfortable.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to try.
Makowsky, can she make Jane Ellen uncomfortable?
I want to know this. What did Amy think about me on the toilet?
Uh-oh.
That left me speechless. I was moved.
Yeah. She was
You were
moved by
moved.
your bowel movement.
Moved by my movement.
Yeah, exactly. Your moves are moving.
Amy, did you go to the beach this week?
Did I do what?
Did you go to the beach?
No.
So how did you get so tan-like? Is what he wants to know.
You posted a picture of you with sunburn, or you said your daughter's got.
Yeah, it's called In the Backyard in the Sprinkler with my kids.
Is that what you call? Oh, you call it In the Backyard? Oh, I played that game before.
Yeah.
That's like the beach for ghettos. You go in the backyard. You turn on the the pump, the fire hydrant.
The sprinkler.
Your kids,
Not quite.
you go out. You don't
No,
go out and turn on
I'm in Ohio. The closest beach is Lake Erie, and that's not going to happen. So.
It's not. Yeah, I wouldn't.
No.
That. But I meant Makowsky. I meant In the Backyard is a game most women won't let you play. So,
Most women, no, they don't let me play.
they
in the
don't let you
backyard.
play in the
I
backyard.
don't want to play in the backyard.
You don't want to play in the backyard. The back. You don't understand. You don't understand anal. The fascination with anal.
That's an outshoot. Stuff comes out of there. You don't put stuff in there. Comes out.
So do you think ear sex is a better way to go?
Ear sex?
Skull
Come on, you watch Family Guy like it's going out of style, and you act like you don't know the reference. Really?
I get the reference. In my crazy mind, it goes in one place only.
Is that your crazy mind?
That's just my kind of crazy.
So that means it doesn't go in your mouth?
There's nothing here or here or.
It can go. It can go in two places.
Oh! You revised that bullshit statement. All right.
I talk about sex. I'm not thinking about oral sex.
Well, we didn't say
Oral
sex.
sex is sex, right?
We said where it could go. Yeah.
According to Bill Clinton, a blowjob is not sex. So.
Well, he knows all. So. But I wasn't defining sex. We were just talking about where the penis goes, or the. That's all.
Where it can go. It can go in the mouth. And it can go in the vagina. Excuse me, Amy. I don't mean to say vagina in front of a lady.
Vagina.
Vagina.
But those are the two places it can go. It can go. Look, men like to put it in the anus. I don't.
Wait, there are men. Yeah, and women, there are women that like the anus too.
Listen to what poop comes out of the anus. Why would you put something where there's poop?
You know what's great? Pee comes out of the penis. How do you feel about that? Yeah, you never thought about that one. Poop is not as gross. Pee is not as gross as poop, right? Is that?
That's
Well,
what
we
we
have
were
rubbing
trying.
the prostate. Let's just put it that way. You've had to know that. Come on.
Yeah, the prostate needs to be milked once in a while. I get that.
You gotta milk it.
Well, wait a minute.
So you don't
That's
lose
anal
it.
sex for men, not for women. Women don't have a prostate.
No, but they get a lot more accomplished during anal. They could like check their email and they could read their Kindle and they're like, "Are you done back there?" You know.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that your girlfriends are so excited by you that they have time to check?
They're so excited by the thought of anal that they would rather be doing something else during. No, I don't know. It was a joke. I was being funny.
She's not checking email and stuff like that during whatever activity she's involved with.
Listen, anal sex is a full-time job if you try to do it correctly. There's too much involved. There's lube, there's positioning, there's
a whole cleaning
cleanliness.
out process too. It's just
Cleanliness, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just say,
You can.
very happy to announce that Amy Gabriel has curated a poem that I wrote.
Well, can Amy Gabriel read this poem as long as it's original?
No, I think Matt should read the poem. I think it's best from the poet's mouth.
There's the mouthing in.
It was about 4 lines, and I can't remember it.
There once was a man from Nantucket.
He
No, it
just
said,
mocking me. That's all. That's okay.
I said, what did I say? I can pull it up real quick while you guys.
Yeah, if
chat,
you want to.
But it was a good
This is
poem.
the
Happy
PLUStainment
birthday,
Show.
Matthew Rappaport. How was your birthday day?
My birthday was good. It's still going on. It's been fun. Actually, the Hershey bar was one of my gifts. I got one of these bags the other day. Got some stuff. I got another one here. One was enough, though. I don't need to eat this one right now. Got some buxton to do.
Nice.
This is kind of nice. Eat dessert first. Life is too unpredictable. That's kind of like Makowsky.
Totally.
Cynthia, you have now made it 2 women and 2 men.
You invited me.
All right, I have my poem.
I'm honored that you invited me to the hangout.
Hi,
Hello.
Hi, welcome
Hi,
to Hangout
guys.
Today. This is the first time I think I'm hanging out with you, isn't it?
I know. Thank you. I just noticed the invite. Thank you so much.
Hey, Cynthia, can you shut up for a minute? I have to read my poem.
Oh!
Can I do
Makowsky's
what?
gonna go.
I need you to shut up for a minute because I'm going to read a poem.
He didn't use the F word, but he might have.
Cynthia.
You're welcome,
I'm gonna read
Cynthia.
it.
Matt Makowsky wants to read you a love poem.
The gentle breeze blowing through my hair. The smell of summer is in the air. A glass of wine, perhaps some Chardonnay. A fucking email to ruin my day. There you go. That's
Yay! That was so good it gave me the clap.
I was curated
Deep.
by Amy.
I'm
That was
crying.
so deep. That was so deep, Amy felt it in her eyeball. Hey, Paulie Tenth, speaking of.
It's Paulie.
What does your shirt say? I got subs in my belly. What does that say?
Can I give a shameless plug for this? Because I really love this place.
Yes, Atlantic City. Bring it.
Atlantic City, White House subs, the absolute best sandwich you're ever going to get.
Now, is it worth driving, if you're in New York, is it worth driving all the way down to Atlantic City for a sub?
No. It's only if you're actually down there at a casino.
It's not that good.
That's the only place to eat.
And you're really drunk. And
I
you're
am not
losing.
really drunk. How could you even make that assertion?
No, you're not really drunk now, but in Atlantic City when you're drinking.
This is what I'm saying.
Exactly. So welcome to this, whatever this is, and Sundays.
Thank you very much. Can I ask a quick question? Who are the gorgeous ladies on the end there?
This is Matt Makowsky. You go ahead and Cynthia Parrott. She's
Hello,
Hello,
Amy. Hello,
Paulie.
Cynthia.
I got a mysterious invite to this one.
It was mysterious. And Amy Gabriel, who's not in a bathtub, even though she looks like she might be.
I guess out of the bathtub, but yeah. I don't think
Hello,
I'd be
Miss
engaged
Amy. How are
if I
you?
did a hangout on air in the bathtub. I don't know.
I mean, from the neck up, Jane did it, so it's all good.
Jane did it. But that's
Paulie was shocked the whole time.
I actually was. Jaw on the floor, shocked. Absolutely. Now, Amy is a poet. Does everybody know that?
Yes.
Excuse me, a poetess.
I thought Makowsky was the
No,
poet.
it's not a poet, it's just a poet.
And Amy has inspired me to try and write poetry. Now, that doesn't mean that's not a lead into a dirty limerick or anything like that, but she taught me a rhyming technique called enchaînement.
I'm already scared.
No, there's nothing to be scared about it. It's rhyming the last word of a line with the first word of the next line, because
For example?
enchaînement means to straddle. It's like going from one line to the other. And it's a really great rhyming technique. I'm totally into this poetry now.
And it's all about the straddling. That's yes.
Cannot wait to read your
Very nice.
Paulie.
Oh, Matt Makowsky's here. Hello, Matt. Welcome to the PLUStainment Show.
Yeah, what's the name of the show? Oh, yeah.
PLUStainment Show. Welcome.
Yeah.
I'm here.
So we need one more female to even this out. Lynette didn't come in. That would have been all right.
We have Paulie. What are you talking
Oh, but then we need one more guy to come in. We need somebody!
Do you want me to do the,
Makowsky, where are you now? Hotel?
Hotel.
California.
do you want me to do the trick where I
Welcome
call
back
Matt
to
and I
New
can send him in the
York,
front
baby.
desk?
New York.
You want to tell everybody first and then do it?
Not so much.
I don't know who to invite.
How about Becky Taylor?
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Oh,
Your
she's
cycles are my cycles.
great. My cycles aren't your cycles?
Becky Taylor. Is it Y? Is it? Oh, there's 2 Y's, right? I don't know if that's the right Becky Taylor.
Becki.
Oh, that's not the right one.
Well, you can invite whoever. You pick a
I'll
name at
invite both
random.
Becky Taylors.
This is what I'm saying.
Christy
There you
Taylor,
go.
Becky Taylor. Glenn
Amy, do
Beck.
you know You must know Linda Laurie.
I know
Amy?
Linda Laurie.
Yes.
Well, Linda Laurie is now conversing with me on my own post. How do you like that?
How do you like me
I've
now?
been friends with. We've been mutual circlers since last.
Is that the term that we're using? Sweet.
She's, I guess, I don't know what you would
That's
call
a
it. But she's
great
lovely.
term.
She's a nice lady.
That
And, you know,
You're mutually exclusive.
for me.
I trolled her post last night. I went on and I thread wrecked it, and she actually. So today I kind of, gave her what do you call I honored her. I gave her her own circle, and I said she's a great sport, and then
She's
she
a
came
great
on.
circle.
She spoke with me through my thread, and she was very funny, and I was quite pleased.
She's very down to earth. There's some of the people that are, what do they call them, power users. I think there was a big thread about that yesterday. The people that are just very down to earth and just very, accommodating and will converse with anyone.
I would argue that we're all power users. You know?
What's that?
I'd argue that we're all power users.
I think that's silly. Personally.
All that means is that we use it too damn much. That's all.
Pretty much.
There you
I'm
go.
really too
But what, you were
sensitive
going to pay me a
television.
compliment or an insult? Wait, I screwed up. Amy Gabriel?
No, the moment's passed, babe. Sorry.
Chris Pirillo, he's going to enjoy this show. Chris, this is the show that I have that's crazy, so...
Yay!
Well, then I am apparently in the right place.
Yes.
But
Chris?
You're in the ghost show. This is all
We were
about
just talking about you kind of in a sort of way.
We were never...
No, graveyard.
Chris?
There is a difference.
No, I'm not talking about your situation. I'm saying they're just ghosts around. They're just...
No.
Chris?
Yes.
Hi.
He's doing the Blair Witch. That's Paulie Tenth. Do you know anybody here besides me? Maybe not.
Like an
He's
alien
a little
voice.
shell-shocked, I think.
Hi, Chris.
Howdy.
Chris, can I ask
How,
you a
I
question?
can't see you.
Wipe the drool off your mouth, Paulie.
Whoa.
So,
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Amy, Cynthia,
anything wrong.
Makowsky, and Paulie, this is Chris. He comes from Seattle, and he's taking a lot of shit up the ass for no reason, and he's gone. All right, he had enough.
Rage quit.
All right.
Rage quit the hangout.
Rich quit.
Well,
I'm
at least
sure
he's
it's
been
not-
on, right? Now I can put him in my little description, and he's back. I knew it was
I asked
there.
Yeah.
you guys. Chris, I have a question.
Google doesn't like you, Chris.
Chris,
Yes.
I have a question. I saw you posted something the other day about this recommended Google Plus list.
Yeah.
What does that actually mean, the recommended list?
Well, the recommended list will flow a handful of new followers to you. That's the biggest boon. But the bigger issue with the suggested user list is that there are a lot of suggested users who don't really post a lot.
Who are the graveyard themselves?
Yeah, they're really the people that I'm talking about. Like if I'm talking about bodies in Google Plus that just don't know why they're here. And that's where I took a lot of flack. I'm like, I don't understand why you're getting mad at me. I'm not the one who dumped bodies in here.
Well, I also think, Chris, a lot of people don't get that you had a life before Google Plus existed, and I think a lot of people were, confused. They thought that Google Plus had somehow made you into who you are, which is crazy!
Really? Did people say that?
No, but I think that's what it was. I think a lot of people didn't realize. A lot of people don't know history. They're like, I didn't know people existed before Google Plus. I was like,
so funny.
You don't think that that's possible?
I actually don't believe in evolution. when it
No,
comes
you
to Google
don't. And
Plus.
that's...
I believe in Google Plus creation. There were two
There we
plusers,
go.
and all of the rest of Google Plus came from the first two plusers.
I can't wait to hear who you think those two pluses are.
The two plusers are Lynette and J.C. Kendall.
Lynette Young and J.C. Kendall, all right. They had a baby, and it was Matt Makowsky.
That's right.
Right there.
And I love you, so
Chris, you posted an interesting thread yesterday, and I was on that thread too, with a guy who was talking about the power users. And I really like what you had to say spinning off on that. They kind of jumped on you and a couple other people who saying that you didn't engage, and I find that to be the opposite.
That really pisses me off. It really does. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, hang on. So now I have to send, the burden of proof is on me to explain and to prove that I engage. I'm like, oh, time out. that's when I knew it was more of an emotional argument than it was anywhere near a logical argument. And then I slept on it. I got up early to change something on a vlog that I uploaded, and I said, you know, I gotta flesh this out because it's been weighing on me. And I had to explain, I'm like, look, guys, the term graveyard is accurate, and I did comment saying it may be in another thread saying it may be crass, but it's still accurate. I mean, you can't deny that a lot of users, and I don't have an exact percentage, but a lot of them came into Google Plus not because they signed up for Google Plus. They came in because they signed up for YouTube and got a Google Plus account, or they already had a Gmail account and they got a Google Plus account. And those types of users, they're bodies. And I'm not saying they're definitely not a waste of space at all. They can be converted into something that's engaging. Then the issue comes, and just like this is exactly what I said in the broadcast, it's not solving a problem that they're not solving somewhere else. And I had to say, in the same breath, I said, I love Google+. For me, the engagement's great, but I know how to do this stuff. I mean, I do it over and over again because I enjoy it. It's a part of what I do. But that doesn't mean that everybody's going to do it the same way. And it's not that they're using it wrong. It's just that Google+ isn't solving a problem that they weren't solving somewhere else.
Yet. And maybe they will, but we don't know what their priorities are.
Right. We don't know yet. Is it a social network? Is it a social layer? I don't know what it is either.
Well, I find it funny because
Google's taking over the world, and this is just one little segment of it.
Then they hired Stewie Griffin, probably.
Right.
That's probably what they're going to hire.
I don't understand this whole, you know, when people get off on this, you're not doing it right thing. You're not.
Oh, that's a meme.
No, it isn't.
No?
Vic Gondotra said that at South by Southwest, and he may have been tongue-in-cheek, but he was serious. And I agree with him in the sense that if you don't see much in your stream, you're not following the right people. Well, then they added the suggested user list. The problem with that is, you know, unless someone really knows me, they're not going to get why I post Lego photos one day, a vlog the next day, and then a tech post, and then this and that. So it's a matter of not having relevance in someone's lives. It's not solving a problem. Most people didn't use Google Reader, and Google Plus is like Google Reader plus YouTube plus Blogger combined.
Plus Buzz.
Well, no, let's just consider like currently. I try to leave Buzz completely out of it.
Well, that was their attempt.
Well,
So.
yeah, but they don't. This is why I said, and I had to say it over and over again. Google hasn't hired someone who gets social. They're engineers solving a marketing problem, and their marketing problem is they don't have enough data about you. And this, hey.
And so, do you think?
I'm calling a spade a spade.
Right. And so, do you think they once they get that data, they're gonna like not continue to develop the space?
Oh, of course they'll continue to develop because other companies are developing and they need to play catch up. So they brought in all these users, but they didn't provide a context for where Google Plus fit in. People want to compare it to Facebook, and you and I both, we all probably know it's nothing like Facebook. It's like Google Reader plus Blogger plus YouTube. It's like all these things.
I actually kind of think it's Facebook and Twitter together.
No, it's not anywhere near Facebook. It's not anywhere near Facebook. Facebook got the subscriber model, which basically is what circles are, right? And I'm fine with that. I mean, since Facebook turned on Facebook turned on subscribers, my engagement had increased with the same stuff that I was doing anyway, even on a fan page. It's just that Google isn't doing anything that can't be done somewhere else. And the average user, when my wife says, why do I need to use Google+, I'm using Facebook, it's game over, dude. Like, I don't listen, when it comes to technology and trends, I don't listen to myself anymore. I listen to people like her. Because there are a hell of a lot more people like my wife.
And she makes you, like, amazing sandwiches. I've watched the vlogs.
Dude, her sandwiches are amazeballs.
I've watched, that's part of the reason.
And she looks in the fridge and goes, hey, let's put this in there, and then it comes out.
She's like MacGyver in the kitchen, right?
She made a smoothie with spinach and almond milk, and it tasted like chocolate.
What?
I'm not kidding. I am not.
Was she, like, just staring at you? Is that where the chocolate comes from, or was there wine involved?
I have no idea what happened. I said, honey, this tastes like chocolate. What did you put in here? I was serious. It was unreal.
She's like spinach and almond.
Like
almond milk.
And chocolate.
Crazy. Yeah, no chocolate, though.
No chocolate?
Anyway, so I took a lot of heat because, and I had explained this to Bobby Joe. He says, why am I getting, she kind of, and I think she was kind of getting to this point, she said, why am I so, she seemed invested in it. And because I understand where she's coming from and where other people are coming from, because it's like I called their baby ugly. While at the same time, I didn't
their
call their
baby.
But not just that, I didn't call their baby ugly. What I did was I called a spade a spade.
Right. And you actually said positive things. You started with the negative. Had you started with the positive and then the negative, maybe they would have been less.
But I can't. I find it very difficult to put at this point, Google Plus and Facebook in the same breath. I also
think that guy, I think you were thrown a little bit. Were you not thrown, like when that guy asked that question, was it kind of like, oh, I didn't think they would ask me about Google Plus?
Yeah, no, it was funny because, I mean, it was funny for a lot of reasons. One, I don't think there's a comparison between the two. And two, when you have individuals and businesses who don't promote their Google Plus account over, let's say, Facebook and Twitter, Google's got a long way to go. So it's added a social layer on top of an existing suite of services, but it hasn't given us something more social that we couldn't necessarily have somewhere else. Doesn't mean that pockets of engagement couldn't happen. As I said, I'm happy with the engagement. But it was just, I mean, I laugh for a variety of reasons. One, it did throw me off, and two, I do find it funny. I just find, not that I was trying to kick them, because they're not down. They are growing. Google Plus definitely has promise, but it doesn't, people don't know where to put it. They don't know where to put it.
And I think it's Hangouts. I think that's the thing that's the only thing they have now.
Hangouts is a feature.
Wait, you didn't let me finish. No, I don't think Hangouts are the thing to make you go boom. I'm saying right now, if you're looking at Google Plus, Hangouts is the only thing they have where you're like, okay, we can't use Hangouts on Facebook and Twitter.
Yeah, and then as soon as Facebook does that, boom, done, game over.
Right. So I was like, do you think then when Facebook comes out with that, people are going to be hanging out on Facebook publicly or only with?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
I think they'll be hanging out with their. I think they'll hang out with their friends. They'll hang out with whoever they need to hang out with.
Do you think it's going to be like a public hangout on Google Plus where I hang out and then it's the other side of the world and nobody speaks the same language, or?
You know, I think Google has to
adjust that.
They have to do a lot, and I think the number one thing they need to do is hire someone who gets social, and they haven't done it yet. They really haven't.
They need more than one person, right?
Well. They have a lot of people looking at the problem, but when you've got a company-wide mandate that says we must get social, but you don't have anybody on staff that's really done it or has an idea about how to do it, you've got people who are engaging on Google Plus, people like Louis Gray or Natalie Villalobos, and I'm sure dozens and hundreds of others, but certain people who are more visible, they're the community leaders.
And Kevin Rose, what was the deal with that? Is he just working mobile?
Kevin was acquired for talent.
Okay.
He wasn't for Milk. He was acquired for design talent. He wasn't acquired for.
He helped with the iPhone design. Is that what happened?
They didn't. I don't know. That may very well have been because the new Google Plus app for the iPhone is amazing.
Yeah. I like it.
Anyway.
Yeah, but I don't think that it's not fair for them to attack you. They did. It's kind of like you said. Their film sucks.
They got mad at me for calling a spade a spade. That's all. And
but there was a lot of conversation.
It wasn't fair. I was right. I'm still right. I've been wrong before, but I'm right.
Right, and you weren't saying that it sucks, which is, I think...
I'm going to jump in here for a second.
Yeah,
I don't use Facebook only because my family is on Facebook, and that's why I come to Google+. In fact, I deactivated my Facebook account. Now, I don't use Facebook for the same reason other people use it, like for business and stuff. So for me, Google+ is the place to be to have fun. I'm not going to go on a hangout with my parents. I don't want to be in the same room with my parents or any of my old high school buddies.
Or your wife.
Yeah, exactly. My wife is on Facebook. For me, Google Plus is the place to be because I've met all these new great people, and including the people right here on this panel. There's none of that for me on Facebook, so I'm all but done with it. I am actually done with Facebook. I deactivated it. But I agree with Chris's points in terms of I think Facebook has its place for people who use it for other things. But everyone has said Facebook is for the family friends. I'm talking about non-business users, right? Non-business users is for family and friends. And Google Plus is where you meet new people and have all kinds of exciting engagement.
I completely agree. And I've said it before. Other people have said it before. The problem is people are inclined to think that Google Plus is Facebook, or it is like Facebook, or it needs to be like Facebook, because that's their model. They don't have a room for this is more like Google Reader. then I mean you're discovering new content. It's coming in. You know, you're doing, or blogger, you're reading content you like and you comment, or YouTube because you're watching videos. I mean, it's
No, but it has that. I think it has that thing with the relationship thing.
it's a commons. It's a commons. It's not a network.
Well, why? We're all friendly with each other. I mean, you know that we wouldn't be friendly with each other like this on other networks, would we?
No, that's not.
That's not even.
That's not the foundation. The foundation is most people are fine with discovering things they need to discover through Facebook, whether they know people or not. They don't need to go beyond Facebook. They don't need it. What Google should be worried about is when Facebook does anything with search, because that's what's going to make them hurt. Where'd he go?
Well, he probably back. He dropped out. You dropped out. I think. Well, Bing Social will be related to Facebook, no?
That remains to
Maybe
be
not.
seen.
We'll see.
I don't think that's like the same as Facebook having their own index, and I think that is going to really hurt Google in a big way.
Yeah, and for some reason today, people brought up social again today, even though it's been around for a while. I don't know. So Microsoft's really going to do what they're going to do. What are they going to do with social?
Social's not anything, dude.
What is? Yeah, it's not.
I mean, I've been on it too. Because I
Yeah.
got my Facebook account months ago.
Yeah.
I actually logged in today to disable notifications because I'm getting all this crap.
Too many people.
You know, any network that asks you to log in with another network account, I'm like, huh? Okay.
Yeah, I was like that. Yeah, it didn't make sense. But yeah, I just thought it was a new way to collect data. To experiment.
Exactly. Data.
Yeah. Hmm.
What it's about. What Google Plus is about. It's about your data. That's the story. And
That's a
as long as you know it, cool. But if you don't know it, then you're laboring under an illusion that it's here for any other reason. It's not here because Google thinks social is cool. It's here because Google knows that social is relevant and is going to allow them to improve their data models and the data they have on you and me.
There's
That's
a lot of
fine with
love.
that. I don't mind being served up stuff I want to see.
A lot of love in the chat going on. Sorry, Paul. They all love each other. That's basically everyone else is talking. Everyone else in the chat is like, I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
I just want to say Chris is cute. That's all I'm saying.
Chris is cute. Yeah.
You will
He's taken, but yeah,
Haha.
he's taken. Yeah. Listen, I think that to me the easiest issue is when people jump on Google Plus. Give them content. Give them people. Don't give them the suggested user list. Give them circles, suggested circles from users, from interests, from topics.
People don't want it, Matthew.
What?
People don't want it. They don't want it.
They don't want it. They want their friends, right?
They generally want their friends.
Their friends. All right.
They're different. Everyone uses it for a different reason, but it doesn't fit what people are looking for.
I really started off with the when I first jumped on, there was a giant circle share. Of course, it had you and Chris, and it had Elegant, and it had the top 500 people we all know today that make up the Google Plus. And from there, I've made so many friends on Google Plus, like Paulie Tenth,
Because you jumped into it. You jumped head first.
I really got into it. So I didn't really know what I was getting into, but the need worked for me. But I'm not everybody. Everybody's not me.
So you're saying people that are in boring marriages. What? Who said that?
What? What boring marriage? What?
I was making a joke, Makowsky. I mean, people that are away from their wife want to be on Google Plus. That's all I'm saying. Sometimes. That's what the show usually is, Chris. There.
But I think a lot of people join Google Plus.
I definitely didn't want to monopolize the conversation. I saw you had invited me to a hangout. And then
Yeah. You don't have to take off. You're like, yes, I do. So,
yeah, I do. I got
He's like,
stuff I got to do.
I got a life. It looks really dark where you are, by the way.
It is. I didn't turn on the light when I came in.
So look, I'm liking the vlog. I try to emulate you. Of course, I don't go out all over the world and videotape and edit. I don't have time for that. But
It's time intensive, but the
it
payoff
is. You have a helper. I wish I had a helper.
Chris,
massive.
circle me.
Circle me? What?
Circle me.
Cry. You have to cry. If you cry on
You circled
camera.
me last year, whatever.
Oh, it's a Pirillo circle match.
Amateurs.
Hello.
But Chris, before
Hey, buddy, what are you
you
doing?
go, seriously though, I think you were it was unfair for you to get attacked, and I think that
Pirillo.
If people are watching, if you're watching on YouTube,
You're in there with all the greats, man. Matt Rappaport and Chris Pirillo. That's fantastic.
You're on the phone.
Oh, I am, but you know, my throat feels like thousands.
Who is Amy Gabriel? Do I know her?
You don't. You don't. You just met her for the first time, not the last time. But yeah.
Get down from there.
Okay.
But wow, double Makowsky. All right, they won't talk.
I want to know, how did it happen that your Google Plus Hangout locked up and your cell phone locked up at the same time?
Did that really happen?
I couldn't hear a word while you were trying to log back in. Is Amy Gabriel attractive?
Do birds fly?
No,
but seriously, Chris.
How would she?
He's like, why am I still here?
How would she
I
compare
have
to
things
like
to do.
Cynthia Parrott?
Look, I hung up on you, bastard, and all I want is for Chris Pirillo to circle me. That's all I want.
All right. Well, he'll
You
consider
really think
it.
so?
I'm going to talk for him. He'll consider it,
I
and
think
he'll
that's
probably
fantastic.
And I want a mutual circle back. That's what I want.
And if he circles you back, what's
You need
what's
to go?
gonna be? What's that going to do for you, Matt Makowsky?
What-
Tell him.
What he is
What?
going to
All right,
discover,
buddy. I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
what he is going to discover is a unique plus or unequal plus, and that is me. I have I think the people on this that are dialed in here would agree. I have a very original thread in that. Well, he would enjoy it, and he would recommend it. Yeah.
He might crack up a little bit, but
He might find that
for
it's
a
unique.
second.
Unique.
Matt Makowsky likes the memes, so.
Amy, how much did your life change when you circled me?
Eric Rice is here before you leave. What? I want an Eric Rice shot.
I know much more about
Eric
monkey
Rice on your
apes than
side.
I ever wanted to, Makowsky. Let's just put it that way.
I've had monkey apes the past 3 weeks.
He does. He does have it. What? They're like,
Hello there.
hey Eric, this is my PLUStainment Show. Plus Chris is here, and he's like, I was just sleeping. But
How you doing?
Hi, Eric.
How's your head, Chris?
How's my head?
Yeah. The one that you use to bang on your keyboard every time you check your notifications.
Oh, Jesus.
We just talked about that.
he's like, I don't check notifications. That's how I saw him.
I generally
Yeah.
do not check notifications.
not.
I can't.
Mhm.
Like every time I look at it, it says 99 plus.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Right now it says 96, so I must have checked it at some point.
Yeah, but you know, at the end of the day, I think this will blow over. And you know what? I talked to Eric earlier today. People will continue to talk about the ghost town or the graveyard reference, and not that it's not true.
Ghost Town.
Okay, graveyard. I'm not saying you, but other people say ghost town. There's a page for it, and
There's a difference.
You know, Matthew, I have to point something out. I was just pouring through all of the Sokol, and I call it Sokol on purpose. I've been pouring through all the tweets about it, and it's funny. The competition between Microsoft's thing and Google Plus, people are looking at this as like a battle between two stupid people. So it's kind of curious to see how this is playing out. I don't know if Google saw that one coming.
wait, I don't. How could you saying socials is so? Chris says Google Plus can't be compared to
Basically, for
Facebook.
those-
We compare Google Plus to social. Is that what we're doing?
No,
No?
for those that are talking about social and they don't like it and they're not getting social search or they just want to hate because that's what they do, they're also doing that to Google, and now that it's in the spotlight, they can put those two things together. Like I think I saw somebody say it's like watching a cripple fight, which is horribly awful, but there seemed to be a lot of that, oh boy, let's have the stupid fight the stupid. And I'm like, oh, this is not going to be a nice week. So that is an interesting thing to observe about where these places are viewed in the broader internet.
I just find it funny that it's whatever the new toy, and you see this all the time, whatever the new thing is, that's what people start talking about. Pinterest was for a while. I see people discover Pinterest little by little, and social here, and Empire Avenue, and little by little people are like latching on. I'm like, oh, that person is using Pinterest, or that person is using send me a friend request. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. The internet is your social network. Just use it already.
It's true. It's really true.
People are really passionate about this stuff. It's amazing to me sometimes. To the point of, they're hurling personal insults. People that I don't even know. It's just
She said
it's ridiculous.
When you look at brand affinity, though, you look at the Coke versus Pepsi and Ford versus Chevy and Seminoles versus Gators and politics, polarity. That polarization is a very marketable thing. I think the companies know this too.
But yeah, but
I haven't heard a single company promote their Google Plus profile.
and they might never.
And I doubt they're going to start promoting a social profile.
Social.
Incidentally, the reason that I pronounce it Sokol is because you have to clarify if you're talking about so.cl, right, social, or Bing Social, which is just a different group, a different product, and actually a different approach that makes a lot of sense. They actually have better content structure than a lot of the other places. Social is a very different thing. Social should be a feature of something else, Sokol.
Right. Well, so that's what Google's trying to do with Plus. They're making social a feature of everything else.
I got to pimp this. Now I have no affiliation with Microsoft, but the Fuse Labs guys have a product called Spindex, and it pulls in from your Facebook and Twitter feed. But I love that the trending topics have to do with what your graph is talking about, not the idiot world at large that's talking about the Kardashians. So everybody that I have circled, the trending topics are, guess what? Trending topics of those people. Go figure. When the Mac guy is applauding something Microsoft is doing, there is a problem.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a problem.
Or maybe it's the new norm. I don't know.
I think at the end of the day, it's how much does Google or any of these people, Facebook, do care about its users? To what degree? You know?
They don't. They care about your data.
Exactly.
I don't think they really care that much if they're that social. I don't know that they want to compete with Facebook. I think it's just another layer of the Google dynasty. I mean, Google's going to take over the world. Now, everything's personalized and search. I mean, that's all it's about. I don't think they ever intended to compete with Facebook.
I feel a little bit better about Skynet, knowing that if this is how it's going to be rolled out, we got nothing to worry about. At all.
Well, Schwarzenegger's available to protect us all. So.
Yo.
For sure.
I don't know.
For sure. But we love using Google Plus. I mean, like the people that do use it are passionate about it and they love it, and maybe that only amounts to what 100,000 or less?
You know what? We don't have that private data, and I think that's part of the API. Aside from the fact that the API runs the risk of being a dumping ground like Buzz and FriendFeed, that API is going to show some truth about that mysterious private data, which we have no proof of. It's only what they do.
Right. And I don't want Plus to turn into a dumping ground either. That would ruin it.
Twitter has, right?
Well,
actually, Facebook has. I was looking at it today carefully, and I'm like, it is like everything else on the internet except Facebook stuff. So Facebook's more of the bucket. Twitter actually has use. If I want to find sports scores or breaking news, that's Twitter's like the headline.
What? Okay.
Yeah, I don't find that.
Okay.
But there's that mystery. What is private here? I tend to agree with Chris's statement earlier in the week, and I use the hell out of this place.
Yeah, no, and I was agreeing with him too. I didn't understand why. Listen, at the beginning, the first couple of months, when people said graveyard or ghost town or whatever they said, they're looking for a story. You're like, all right, we've only been here for a couple of months. How can you call it that? It's still in beta or whatever. But now we've been here a year. I think it's a little bit more fair to say that. To say like, the percentage of people that are interacting with us of our follower count is less than Facebook. More people are interacting with us, but that percentage
it's the new club, right? What do you do when the new club opens? You go out, you be seen, you're like, this place is ridiculous, but whatever. The drinks are pretty decent for now. They'll turn to crap later on, right? I still maintain that Google Plus and Second Life are almost nearly identical in user culture.
Right, and for all the people talking about how Facebook is high school and middle school, plenty of that goes on here.
Chris's mind just got blown for a second.
I don't know if my mind got blown, but
he didn't agree.
When you step to those user bases with the slightest, if you blink at them wrong, they're like, and come at you with full-on vengeance. I've never noticed this with any other network. I didn't notice it with Twitter, Facebook, or anything like that. And there's a lot of problems, and there's that whole way the company responds to the users.
Facebook and Google Plus?
No, G Plus and Linden Lab.
Okay.
It reminded me of the old days of how crazy, and I love them, all right? I love my crazy neighbors and friends, but it very similar patterns.
Yeah,
User
Facebook
culture.
users, the first ones to rip on Facebook. They don't have any that kind of loyalty, doesn't seem. They have a loyalty to their
Normal.
friends.
It's like repping for the phone company or the cable company. Be like, yo, what's up, Clark Public Utilities? You know, whatever the gang sign is for my water or my electric company. I
Do
don't
you
know.
think like Google, like people, like Google people would ever come into an HOA that wasn't planned, or the PR was getting away? It's like Louis Gray pops in, but never pops into an HOA, doesn't? I mean, at least he's. I don't know what he can say, but he can't. They can't say anything. It's all private. It's all. Run and close that door.
There's some loud ass Minecraft video in the next room. Damn kids.
And speaking of loud ass, I've got to encode a video, so my computer's going to start taking off. So I
All
will.
right.
Y'all be.
Cool, Chris. Thanks for stopping by, and yeah,
Thanks, Chris. Good to meet you.
I just
Thank you as well.
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We'll continue to talk about you once we leave. What?
Great.
Public figures got to suck it up.
I am not public.
What? Nose hairs?
I'm not public. I'm invite only.
Are you?
I'm invite only. That's right.
Listen, I'm not saying you need to like talk about any of us in this room on your vlog, but if you want to, feel free.
You're
pushing it. I got it.
I don't know how to edit footage.
But I did see Craighton Miller made a vlog. So if Craighton Miller could be live in your vlog,
He tried.
he tried. He was there for a little bit.
Desperation is not attractive, Rappaport. It really just is not.
I was desperate. I was being funny. Come on, I don't care if he says my name. Yep, I do. What?
I'm kidding.
I'll show you desperation. Bend over. What?
Lord.
Yeah, that's what you'll say once we're done, or in the middle. I think. But yeah, that's the plus. Usually we talk about sex and anal and all that good stuff. But
We actually had an entertaining, intelligent conversation for once. Are you guys shocked?
No, I mean this basically is just an extension of what we had back in February. You're saying the same thing, Eric. Chris is saying the same thing. It's the same sentences again, but it's the same because you still believe it. So
I'm sorry, did somebody mention anal sex?
I did.
Okay.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Would you like to take a knee?
No, I'm good. I don't need the Tebow sex.
Okay. Cool. But yeah, I figured if Chris is here, I should invite Eric, so Eric can come in and do his, because for some reason when Chris is here and Eric pops in, Chris goes, "Oh, it's Eric Rice. I'm gonna stay for a little bit." I get like 5 more minutes with Chris.
I am nobody.
Yes, somebody. You don't shave. Yes, somebody. Makowsky, what? You don't have to raise your hand.
I'm back.
Oh, good, yay.
Yay.
How many tries was that? I think that was like 15 or 20 tries. That you
You can count it.
Lost my.
Oh, my God.
I'll probably drop off again. I'm in the shitty wireless at the hotel.
And so, Eric, do you know you've hung out with almost everyone here or no?
Courtyard.
Okay.
I call courtyard front desk.
Courtyard front desk. Are you having trouble with your
This is a recap of
Wi-Fi?
last week's 2-week show.
Are you having
Last
trouble?
time on the PLUStainment Show, Paulie Tenth was a hotel.
No, I specifically said courtyard. I specifically said
Bubba
courtyard.
Bath. Is all I can remember.
All right, cool kids. I've got another pressing engagement, so I'm going to have to jet. But thank you for the invite. It was a pleasure.
Oh,
and I
yes.
got to hear poetry as well. I did have a poetry book published, but I'm not going to link it because I'm not that cheesy. But
Roses are red, violets are blue. I think you're nice.
Poetry slam
Yeah,
on
have a
air.
nice
Amy,
time reading.
before you go,
hey, you know what? That's not a bad idea.
Amy, you
All
can
right.
use my poem.
I told you I was absolutely speechless.
You can
Your
use.
form, your meter, your rhyme. Oh, it was amazing.
You can,
Next time a little longer though. 4 lines isn't it wasn't a
That's what
haiku.
she
or
did.
anything.
She said that.
It's no, it is in fact hard to rock a rhyme.
Oh, it's tricky to rock a rhyme.
Perfect. You got it.
Nice. And on that note, on Run DMC.
oh!
See you guys. Thanks.
Stop it. Bye. That was Amy Gabriel, the most attractive Amy I know. I think it's the only Amy I know. What? Anyway, not that that means. I think
What
it's
is the name
called
of the show?
Pirillo Tainment.
This is the PLUStainment Show, episode 12, Comedy Gold with Matthew Rappaport.
Oh my God! Hey
Comedy
guys,
Impossible.
look good.
By a generous grant from the Google Plus Foundation and...
No way! We got money! I mean, plus ones! Yay!
And
we're sponsored by the sub. Now, Paulie Tenth said earlier in the show, in case you missed it, you don't drive down to Atlantic City to get the sub. If you're already there, it's a good sub.
You're already there.
Not worth the 2.5 hour drive.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying.
So the sponsor, that sponsorship should come in. And momentarily.
That's great. That's like, it's like Cheers. It's straight up some bar that I've never seen. I'm a West Coaster, so I'm like, I don't know what I just did, but I think I walked into a TV episode. It's not like Hill Street Blues or something. I don't know.
Oh, taking us back 30 years. What?
Yeah, show my age. Whatever.
That's fine. I was there too. I was not where you were. Me and Makowsky talked about this.
You were there. You were just crapping yourself.
When Breakfast came out, I was what, like 8, and Makowsky was like in high school. So. Something like that. It's all good. It's all good. We just mess around. Usually Jane Allen's here, but she's sick. And Paulie Tenth, do you want to give us a little update? Monkey AIDS. That's always the answer.
Cynthia, when are you coming to Buffalo?
What the hell is in Buffalo?
Exactly.
Me.
Me who? That's the answer.
Nothing in Buffalo, baby.
Oh, but they're good tasting wings, I gotta say, and there's most nice.
You have to come to the city.
The city. New York?
The city.
We'll talk later.
What city?
We'll talk later.
I want to come to a city.
I'm in trouble.
You live in trouble.
I'm always in trouble.
Cynthia, you have a whole family, you're married and stuff, or you just live in a single life?
It's just moi, living the single life.
You are a smart cookie.
I am very smart. I like my life. My son just moved in recently and destroyed my wonderful jet-setting lifestyle. But other than that,
you have one of those. Oh, I didn't know you had
I have a child.
You have one of those.
But he's grown.
What's grown? 20, 30, 80?
Well, 80 no. He's 23.
I was so close.
Mm-hmm.
I was 23 11 years ago. But I still look 23.
Yes, you do. So Rappaport destroyed my 30-some-odd year fantasy. Am I allowed to say what it was on here?
Yeah, destroy. Yeah, talk to you.
I'm allowed to say what it was?
Yeah, just don't sing, yeah.
No, I'm not going to sing. No, the thing that you posted earlier this morning that I commented and said you just blew my 32-year fantasy.
Oh yeah, I know what it is, but I'm not gonna. It's your story. Go with it.
No. Am I allowed to say the name on here?
Oh, you can say the name, yeah.
Of my Batman fantasy.
You can say Batman. Yeah, it's not that anal.
Oh.
If I get shut down for saying Batman, then I deserve to get shut down. You know?
I wasn't sure. I don't know. I signed some kind of disclaimer before.
So I have to. So see, that's another issue. That's another thing, right? So Google Plus is a place where you have to figure out how to do it yourself, right? So it does basically say anything copyright. So anybody would think anything, and I thought this too. I'm like, oh, what if I show a Poland Spring bottle? Am I screwed? Like, no. I mean, you're only screwed if someone comes after you, but for the most part, they only care if you sing a copyrighted song longer than a couple seconds, and if you show some kind of art or something that you get permission for. But for the most part, it's pretty loose. Wait.
You don't think that's going to jump to brands?
I don't know. Oh, what? You think brands are going to get? Brands aren't.
I don't want that guy endorsing the product.
Do you really think?
Like, look at the idiot behind Cristal. Oh my God, we don't like those rap guys. You're using our product.
No, I know that, but do you really think they can even know it's going on? How do they even know?
In a world where you can get hot coffee, spill it on yourself, sue the company that gave you the hot coffee, and win? Yes, I think it's entirely plausible.
Yeah, but what about suing people that have no money?
Doesn't matter.
Don't you think, Eric, that even with branding, that someone would do? I'm being serious. Do a cost-benefit analysis on trying to give Matthew Rappaport a cease and desist order? I'm not mocking like that there aren't millions of viewers to this, but it just seems like how many people can you actually chase?
Well,
yeah.
If But
If it's popular,
a
though.
marketing budget, right? You know, I think there have been documented cases of people that are willing to take the fine because it's more cost effective than actually doing it legit, doing some whatever nefarious act.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's not too nefarious, not totally illegal, but enough to be fined and go, well, it's more cost effective.
Right, but
And
like
if
Napster.
you slap some dollars down
Yeah.
to do that, and it turns out to get you a lot of buzz because everybody loves a fight, maybe it's a great way to get some buzz going on.
Yeah, I mean, like
That's certainly possible.
if you're making a movie,
Advertising.
you know, like if it's a movie, that might be a different story. You know, I made a movie and I had like a little bit of Staples in there in the background. We couldn't help it because that whole side of the street, no matter how we pointed the camera, a piece of Staples would you know, and so be it. But like, you know, we wanted to use a John Lennon song. We wrote to Yoko Ono, that bitch, and she said, "Oh, I got an email from the attorney. Said, oh, show us the film." We sent the film. Didn't hear back, and finally I called the lawyer, and the lawyer's like, "Oh, didn't I respond?" I was like, "No." He's like, "All right, well, here's the deal. You can't use the song, and I can't tell you why." And I said, "Well, what about a cover?" Like, "Nope, not a cover." So it's like, at least tell me the film sucked. I mean, geez, what am I gonna do? Like, scream at you? I mean, tell me something. I mean, anyway. Like, that was...
I watched half the film, by the way.
Oh,
I've watched half. I have to watch the rest of it.
Okay, cool. No, thank you for watching it. But when you first said it, I was like, oh, she watched half of it. It's like, anyway.
Well,
no, I appreciate it.
I haven't had time to watch the rest. I'm sorry, but I will.
No, it's cool. I was just making a joke. But, yeah, in this day and age, nobody, in the old days, people used to watch the whole thing of everything because there was less to watch. So now with so much to watch, the internet and everything, you can watch in pieces. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do you think that? I mean, my movie, whatever, you can watch it however you want. But do you think that's interesting with movies and TV shows? Do you think like if you sit there and watch a movie, and I mean, the movie theater going experience, which is vanishing before our eyes, supposedly, is you're stuck there for the whole movie. You might go to the bathroom or whatever, but you get to see the whole movie. There's no pause button. There's no I'm gonna watch the rest of it later. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you guys enjoy? I still enjoy being there and watching the movie from start to finish. Do you guys are you sick of it?
Movies.
Yeah.
The first time in like 10 years since I've been to a theater.
The Avengers.
One was the Hunger Games. One was the Avengers. Hey, it's all right, you know, but I'd much rather be at home with my Roku.
Yeah, you're okay. We have those that use that more. Yeah, the Avengers was decent. I mean, I
saw the Avengers and I hated it.
I saw it in 2D though.
I was meh about it because I'm not a superhero fan. I'm like, you know, things are blowing up, wisecracks. It was cool. But
I thought it was entertaining. I didn't
understand why it was such a blockbuster hit. I'm like, okay, it was fine for a movie, but I'm like, oh my god, I just didn't see the WTF about it.
Well, video game.
Yeah.
That's what it was to me, just a video game.
Right, and Dark Knight Rises might be a little bit less of that, but there'll be still pieces and elements of that.
You know, the best superhero movie in my mind is Superman the movie. They made
First one?
They made you believe a man could fly. And today's special effects, it just looks like crappy CGI graphics.
Yeah, you have a point. Yeah, right? How come the original Star Wars movies feel better, cooler than the whole CGI in the new one? Maybe not. Maybe I'm crazy.
They looked more real. I don't know. I don't know why you think the new stuff would make it look more real, but stuff looks more real.
Well, they actually go to physical locations back then. Now it's like in a studio doing all that CGI stuff.
I guess so.
So, yeah, Anna Victoria Lagos, she likes to comment a lot on my HOAs or other places. You guys?
Yeah,
from South America.
On and you know whatever. Just you know, she's been verified and I don't. All I know is hi Cynthia. That's all I know.
Hi, honey bunch.
What?
What was that?
Hi. Are you talking to me?
Hi, honey bunch.
Is she talking to all of us?
Which one of the honey bunches?
No, to Matt.
Yes.
Oh.
But I
Nice.
see a movie called the Marigold Exotic Hotel. Is that you guys recognize that movie?
Yeah, the exotic Marigold Hotel.
Exotic.
Yeah, I actually want to see that. I think it's pretty funny. Did you like it?
Exotic.
I loved it.
It looks really funny.
I loved it. It was very funny, but at the same time, I wanted to blow my brains out because it's all about the end of your life and getting old and dying. But it is a very good movie.
What's the movie
Matt,
I missed?
I have to ask you, hold on a second, Cynthia, I'm sorry. Matt, are you a danger to yourself? Do you want me to call 911?
At this moment, I'm a danger to a lot of other people, maybe, but not myself. So
Okay.
don't call 911.
I just got a post from Robert Headley using my name in an English lesson on a post. I don't know why.
What is this?
Let me find the post.
This is going to be such a show killer because we're all going to be looking over at chat reading.
What the hell is this?
No! There's no show killer. This is like gold. It might not be comedy gold, but it was interesting gold.
Yeah, but you got to keep filling the airtime. So now we have to say empty words to stall while everybody quickly reads it.
No, you don't have to read that. Hold on, I'll read it to you.
10 minutes before the top of the hour,
amongst yourselves.
PLUStainment Show, episode 12, Comedy Gold with Matthew Rappaport.
And Eric Rice is here, special guest Pirillo. He stopped in with his box of wine. That was a blast.
My
Amy
God,
Gabriel
you
was
only need
naked.
to
Is
do
this
the New
bad?
Yorker
What the
drill
hell?
thing.
She wasn't naked.
Box
Don't
of
shut me down.
wine.
It needs like a bunch of New Yorkers just riveting on about text. Be like, let me tell you about Android, all right? So I want you to sit down in that little chair of yours, right? Because I got a little robot here. I got $50 on the little green guy, and he is going to whoop your little brute thing all over this place.
You know what I'm talking? You know what you? Oh yeah, you think so tough guy? I got iPhone, motherfucker. That is shit that I like. Okay, that is good shit. It works. I know how to push buttons, and it doesn't make phone calls, but it does other shit. Okay, so
I'm not
take
even
that.
from New York.
New
York. I enunciated too clearly. Never mind.
I'm Eric Rice.
It rhymes with hawk.
Hawk. New York.
Like Hudson Hawk. You know
New
that
York.
movie everybody didn't see twice?
And I'm going to be in New York the last week of June. Come out, sign autographs, say hello.
All right, I'll bring you a razor. What? And I mean, I don't mean the phone. Whoa. Paulie Tenth is laughing.
Comedy gold.
Can we stop with the nonsense? Has everybody caught up and read the thing in the
I
site?
didn't even read it.
Oh,
I'm watching HBO. There was
You're watching Game of Home.
I'm laughing at jokes from a half an hour ago.
Half an hour old jokes are good.
yeah, them's just jokes.
Robert
man.
Headley is your friend. I mean, he's my friend, but he is your...
It was a
you
little
and
bit
him
of
have
nervous
more of a
laughter because
relationship
Cynthia
right
just
now.
sent me a picture of her toes.
Oh, that's nice. What is the story behind the toes? I'm
No
listening.
story.
There's no story? You just wanted
You
to
don't
take
want me
pictures
to
of your
tell them
toes?
the story?
There's
Is the story that
always a story.
Is the story that he wrote TITS and you thought it said TOES?
Go ahead, honey. You tell the story.
Okay. Cynthia wanted to get together in real life, so I said, okay, fine. So I drove out to her place, and she asked me if we could reenact the scene from Bull Durham where Kevin Costner was doing Susan Sarandon's toes. So I painted her toes, and I put a little PJ on her left big toe.
So you
There
got
you
a
go.
toe jam.
I got a toe
Yes.
jam.
Oh, Angie's here.
And
Look
let's,
at that.
wink, wink, correct that to PT. PT, my initials, not PJ. Angie,
Okay.
are you waiting for your intro? Because we didn't receive your bio, honey.
Hey, look, Angie's here.
Hello,
Hailing all
Angie.
the way from somewhere in the U.S. of A. She is at 5 foot something, sitting down on a chair, smoking a ciggy butt
Hey,
without
you
Eric
better-
Rice.
You better talk in a New York, or whatever Paulie said. Paulie.
New York.
Paulie.
New York.
You better
Accent.
talk about New
Why,
York.
I know, I know
Angie,
somebody was
darling,
having
can we talk?
pasta earlier.
What?
Can we talk?
Angie, I would like to,
Twog.
could we please discuss Barbara's voice? It's like butter.
Oh, I thought Joan Rivers. She didn't like Barbara too much. the other night.
Discuss.
And the great thing about that was Mike Myers was totally mocking his mother-in-law, and she loved it. She thought it was hilarious. Linda Richmond.
All right, so Matthew Rappaport is generally a terrible cook. No, not. However, he made lasagna last night. That was actually quite good. Here, the use of actually is accurate, as we had already established the writer has low opinions of Matthew Rappaport's ability to cook. What? And that, my friends, is a post on Google+. I didn't have to do much, but that's the kind of impact I have here. All right.
There you go.
There it is. What's the name of the
That's
show,
unbelievable.
Makowsky?
Actually, I think people use actually because they like to insult everything
Actually.
backhandedly.
Actually, I think that's...
Actually, you're right. You're usually freaking wrong, But actually, you're right this time.
No offense, but I'm going to call you out here. What?
I think that is an actual fact.
Actually.
Actually, it's 10 minutes before the top of the hour.
7 minutes, 6 minutes.
Because, you know, I didn't quite believe that it was the top of the 10 minutes to the top of the hour.
Are you on top of the hour?
Actually, it's 7:54. You got a problem with that? Oh, I'm sorry. New
Hey,
York
Rappa,
time.
Can we get the weather forecast for the Northwest, please?
did this hangout end 25 minutes ago?
No way, because we had people. Angie just got here. What are you talking about?
Nah.
I got her blue box.
Well, of course you do. And I saw someone walk behind her, which is always fun. He was running. He looked like he had food, and he was running.
Did he sign a release? Is he aware that
Yeah,
this
oh
is
yeah,
being broadcast?
I'm making money. I'm making pennies, so we better know about that.
Angie, take off your glasses.
Wow, that's a command.
Take off my glasses?
Yeah.
No, he said something about your ass.
Do I have to
Oh,
do it
no,
like?
ass.
Do I have to like?
Shake out your hair.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God,
Oh,
mate!
yeah.
Oh, look at that was too quick.
Oh.
I didn't even get you a blue box for that.
I already
Balls. Don't you want people to
got
see you?
insulted. What am I gonna do? I already got insulted.
Oh, there he goes again, down the stairs, spiraling around you. Going for the, I don't know where he's going.
For the
All right,
win.
can you take the glasses off when I have the screen big? Thanks. And can you do the smoke rings? That would
That's
be good
probably
too.
a bad idea.
Smoke
Rappa.
rings.
I don't think I can.
That I could do.
Paulie's
I
like,
can
have
do the
that
like
ability.
exhale and inhale in my nose thing.
I don't want to see that one.
Cynthia, take your
I
hair
think I used to do that when I was like 16.
Let me
Oh,
sex-
so yesterday.
Cynthia, take your hair down, and Angie.
Matt's like, can you guys please do the whole with your hair?
No, the hair's not coming down tonight. Sorry.
you take your glasses?
You're not allowed to do it unless it's in slow motion.
Well, we'll add that
That's
to
right,
the
that's right.
rice.
If you can, try and move in slow motion. It makes everything more awesome. Not like you have a disability.
Let me do it.
Pause. Pause. Am I saying it clearly enough for you? Pause.
Next time
Dad.
I'll take the hair down. Can't do it tonight.
Hey,
Pause
speaking of,
and let your hair down.
Let it down. It's pinned up. I can't.
don't put your heel down. Your toe down. Oh,
Oh yeah,
Oh.
baby.
Half today, gone tomorrow. Angie Person.
Ah, she did it.
Oh, she's gonna do a spit take. Spit take. Spit take. No.
I gotta show you my game. That is grandma hair right there. Grandma hair. Look
Oh,
on
so you're a
this.
gilf. Nice.
Kill.
You're guilty.
Can I
I
just,
think he's gone too far.
There's no such thing. We're on Google Plus, motherfucker.
masturbated 75 times in the past 2 minutes.
Is that why you're stuck on? I don't know. Fill in the blank. There's probably something.
Good Lord.
Eric's like, we don't do this on the old underpants robot. Reverse.
No. This is the New York bar that we should hang out with after the underpants.
Yeah, we don't. Anything goes on this show. That way, because on my Thursday show it doesn't go like that. I got real stuff over there. What?
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing?
Hey, how you doing? Hey, Angie, how you doing?
How you doing?
Yeah, how you doing?
Hey, so
Eric,
Paul,
how you
so is it time to talk about Paulie's
you doing, Paulie?
where Paulie came from? Paulie, where'd you come from?
Originally?
Yeah, sure. Was it
I
like
was-
a rock?
I
or
was-
was
His
No, I
mother.
was born in New York. I was born in New York City, but I grew up in Pennsylvania.
All right. So what's it like? And now you live in New York again, right?
Yeah.
Paulie
how
was
did-
the first test tube baby.
So what's it like to move into to Bumblefuck and back? Tell us.
Well, when I grew up in Pennsylvania, whenever I would travel out of Pennsylvania and come back, that felt like home. But when I moved back to New York 7 years ago, the first time I went to Pennsylvania to visit family and came back to New York felt like home. This is really where I live. This is home.
All right. And everyone that lives in Pennsylvania, I still love you, but you live in Bumblefuck.
The most unnerving part about moving to Pennsylvania, I was 7 years old, and we were driving past farms. I mean, I was seeing cows for the first time in my life, and I really wondered where my parents were taking me.
And were you turned on?
No, not a bit.
Mikowski, were you turned on?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mikowski did tell me that he was turned on when I saw cows.
Well, you can't get better than that ice cream, right?
It's that stare, isn't it? See, I'm not turned on, but I get kind of weirded out because cows stare at me when I get the mail. I got to go in the end of the road, and they're just standing around, very large animals, stopping and staring. It is the creepiest thing I've ever experienced in my life.
Eric,
Sheep
have
do
you
it
ever
too.
walked up to a cow and shown them either a glass of milk or a cheeseburger and, just kind of taunted them with it?
No, but I've barbecued chicken near a coop, and that didn't go over too well.
Oh my God.
You're like, yes, ladies, your job is to produce. We run a very efficient operation here.
Eric was barbecuing the chicken, and he looked over toward the coop, and he said, www.hensbetterlaymyeggs.com.
Right? Watching you, ladies.
Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o.
You screwed one up.
That's what you said.
All right, Ashton Kutcher's going to come in here now.
Matt is throwing some obscure basic program commands.
Right, exactly. He
20
screwed up
go-to 10
Right,
has gone
right.
awry.
There's somebody outside is
He
saying,
screwed up
Paul
the one
Tenth is gone.
calculation for the 100. No, thank you.
Yeah. And it
Is that
is,
Turbo Pascal?
it is now the top of the hour, 8 o'clock on the West Coast, 11 o'clock on the East Coast. This is PLUStainment Show.
It's
episode
Sunday
12.
night. It's Sunday night. You probably all were busy watching Game of Thrones. What the hell is the matter with you people?
Am I weird because I don't watch Game of Thrones?
I don't know.
No, not in my
Yes,
opinion.
you're weird.
Alright.
No, you're weird because
You all were watching
you own
the
that horse
Simpson
mask.
Family Guy.
The thing, you know what? I have
Okay,
new
guys,
hobbies.
it's 11 o'clock. I have to say goodnight.
Oh, no!
Yeah, I need to go. I am fading fast. But
Wait, so before you go, can we get the glasses coming off? Or?
the glasses are not coming off because I have not a stitch of makeup on there. Not coming off. Absolutely
Oh,
not.
you're really dark, so we can't even see anyways.
You know that the glasses are translucent and we can see the lack of makeup through them, right?
Eric's like, I wear glasses and makeup, and I know how it works.
Hey,
Cynthia, honey,
Yes,
it's
sir.
television.
I'll be on Skype in 15 minutes, babe, okay?
Bubble bath.
Okay. All right. Good night, everybody.
Always good to see you,
Thank you for
Cynthia.
coming, Cynthia. Come
Take care,
again.
guys.
Often.
Bonsoir.
I gotta run too. My throat is killing
You
me.
talk me when you want to, and we'll talk about your Skype activity with Paulie Tenth. All right.
When you
Hey,
want,
Makowsky?
when you really, really want.
Mikowski,
Yes.
I'll be on Skype in 15 minutes, buddy.
Okay.
Hey, Makowsky, if you need to run to the bathroom or to Taco Bell, you should do that now. All right, you did. That was good. Oh, everyone is leaving.
This looks like
Now-
the crew that would be in the bar at last call,
It would
right
be.
here.
It would be. I actually saw Joan Rivers and Brad Garrett perform, which was, and she went out first, and then Brad Garrett was second, which is weird because Joan Rivers is the headliner. And since Joan Rivers is 78, it's her show. She goes out first. Brad Garrett comes on after intermission. You know, we already saw the headliner. And he's basically, you know, he's doing his little Don Rickles imitation. He's making fun of people. He's trying to be like Joan Rivers a little bit. And people, you know, they're older people, you know, 70s, you know, and they're getting up and they're leaving. They're heading for the doors. We saw Joan Rivers. So people start leaving, and literally the guy was lambasted. Like, he had to, like, I thought it was funny, but he had to, like, in the middle of like, towards the end, he probably was doing another 10, 20 minutes. He went halfway in the audience. It's in the round, and he's like, oh, you guys have to go to the bathroom. Okay. And he's like, you know, usually, folks, the performer leaves before the crowd, so I'm going to get out now before you're all gone, something like that. And so, but it was pretty. I've never seen a show like that where
That's
the,
weird.
where
I've
the
never seen- yeah,
crowd
I've never-
dictated the end of the show because people were leaving, you know? But I've also never seen a show, though, where the opening act was second, so. Have any of you?
Yeah, right? No, that's
Mm-mm.
really odd.
Right.
No, the opening act is always second, but no. Or no. I got it backwards. Yeah,
Well,
that's
then-
weird. That's just
yeah.
asking for people to walk out on him.
Right, and he actually said...
Okay,
we
Rappa,
were-
don't make me come down there and beat your ass.
Oh, you better. You better. If you're gonna beat my ass, do it on an HOA. That way, I get more ratings. Because we get ratings. Like, holy, it says 0. You know it's over. It says 0. I don't think that counts as
Ratings.
accurate. It's not accurate.
What are these? Is a plane crashing in your neighborhood?
Whose neighborhood
Not
is
in my neighborhood.
I don't even know
Just
whose name
concerned
that
for your
is.
safety and your well-being.
Is it coming from me? I don't think so.
We
No.
all are.
It was from Angie's place.
Oh,
Oh,
Angie.
sorry. You know what? I live on a main road. I apologize. I'm on the back patio, and there's quite a bit of traffic. And sometimes
Oh, it sounded like a Cessna.
Oh. Eric lives near.
Wait,
Eric
a
lives
little
near.
more information. A little more information, and I will pinpoint your exact location using
You
Google
You want my
Satellite
street
images.
address because this is on air, so I'll.
You know, Eric lives near a main road. He lives in
I'll
Oregon.
Skype in 10 minutes, Paulie.
I'm sorry, you
I live
said
near
you
an
were
airport.
pregnant
We actually had
again?
a plane crash 2 doors down. It was kind
Are
of
you
freaky.
excited about that?
Ooh.
Have you ever been to Portland, Maine? Is the question.
No.
He's like, do I want to be? Do I ever want to know?
But I have been to Vancouver, BC.
And did you do some acid or meth while you were there, or?
No, but Vancouver, BC is very nice, very clean, very nice people.
Oh, okay. So I made a mistake. It's not a place to get acid.
Mm.
No, that
It's
would
not a
be
place to
like
turn cars over and light set them on fire.
Washington State.
All right. Hey, Canada, I love you. Are you still watching? No, obviously not. Apparently.
The only Canadian that watched is now gone.
Yeah,
That is
rage quit.
That is true.
That's what happens when you stay till last call. The barmaid
Well, you
does
know what? I think we
absolutely
should go
everything.
out in a blaze of glory, and I should invite all my circles and see if it gets crazy. How do
Okay.
you
You
feel?
just-
don't you
just
don't have
don't
to
make
go
it-
home, but you can't stay here.
Well,
That's
so
right.
That's
I just,
correct. Just
I
don't
just
make it
invited
public because-
everybody. Well, it doesn't let you do public, but your circles is almost like public because, I have, 5,000 or whatever it is.
Bing,
Can you
shameless
do
plug.
extended circles?
No, you can't even do that. They don't let you. But what you can do is take the link to the Hangout and make that up in a public post. That's a pain.
Hmm.
That works.
That'd be frightening.
So Hangouts on Air, everyone seems
I
to
think
have
I've
it.
been
Do
in-
you all have it now?
Sort of.
What do you mean, sort of? Is it not, can't you start
It's
it?
broken. According to David Bennett, one of the engineers on the Hangout team, there was
Oh,
a
you mean the guy that
problem.
was on my show a couple weeks ago? What?
I guess. I don't watch your show.
Me too. Hey,
Wow.
what do you my guest on Thursday?
Sure. They paused the rollout, and they did it, and in the middle of that, it broke. So
Pause button.
I know, right? There's a big shiny red pause button that says we don't know what the hell we're doing. So I have Hangouts on Air. All my pages have Hangouts on Air. My alt accounts have Hangouts on Air. My personal Hangouts on Air, when I go to click the checkbox to say make this an on-air account or to go on air, it gives me we're not signing up new users, blah 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 blah. every
It
day.
gives you the middle finger.
Yeah, basically.
So
Not that I'd be going
basic-
on with this account. It's just I like to see stuff working.
All right. So what about you, Paulie and Angie? Do you guys have it?
You know what? I haven't even looked, to be quite frank, because there's not a whole lot that I would like to have on air. I've hopped in. I hopped into one on air with Paulie, but
And you talked about
Usually
Sex
my stuff
Lives
is
and
just a
videotape, right?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's the name of the show.
Sex, Lies, and Love, honey. Get the name right.
Oh
I didn't
no,
realize-
that's not what I call it.
That was a movie rapper.
Yes, directed by Steven S.
Seagal.
Seagal.
You were asking if we had access to Hangouts on Air?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Did you get? I mean, it was.
Yeah, I've got it.
Oh, you got it. Cool.
Yeah.
So do you think? So Pirillo was in here earlier, and so Hangouts on Air and the iOS app. Those are the only big things.
Oh, was
since
Pirillo
he
in
was
here
on.
earlier?
You missed it by literally.
Damn.
Yeah, he was in here drinking wine.
Damn.
That's all right. You can go back and watch the videotape. Like I said, Sex Lives and videotapes.
And then what? Ask questions of my monitor and hope that I get an
You know what's
answer?
great? Chris Pirillo loves it when I do talking. He usually says okay and hang on a million times, and he'll answer your question.
So I'm
Cool.
circling.
So cool. So
Narrow overcapacity. Fail well.
Put on the mask, Eric.
I am just I'm buried in
An
notifications
icebreaker.
because I'm actually using the site, not hating on it, and so I actually have like a lot going on.
Thank you. Thank you, yes. Is it just me? I mean, it doesn't
Yes.
seem like, it seems like Pirillo's kind of yes, it is just me, I know, Rappa. It seems like Pirillo's like a post and run kind of guy, like he doesn't interact with a lot of the people
Not
that
true.
comment on his posts,
Not
or is
true.
it?
He sort of
Not true?
can't because
Okay.
he's got it would be a deluge.
So Chris like, is Chris does the vlog, first of all, so he's running around, and he's trying to get entertaining stuff. He just got married, too, so he's interacting with his wife. So they're videotaping everything. They're making videos, so he's on.
But he runs Lockergnome. He's he comes all the way back from the Tech TV days. He put on a conference for 10 years after Comdex blew up, and there was no good place for geeks to sit down and do their thing. And so Gnomedex was like 300 to 500 people. It was a fantastic single-track conference that took place in Seattle that allowed you to actually interact with every attendee, not like a South by or other massive conference. He did that for about a decade, and so he's actually done quite a bit, and he has an immense following, and it's huge. You can't interact with a population that big.
Baba Booey.
I just was curious because I know a lot of people were butthurt when he went on the news and kind of threw Google.
Well, so we were talking about that,
But I mean, everybody was so upset that he threw Google Plus under the bus, but I didn't.
But he didn't.
Really feel like he did because he said, I love my interactions there. It's very, it's a very cool place to be, but there's not really a lot of people there. And that's true. And every time I see people say, oh, let's go show, insert name of person that bashed Google Plus, let's go show him that it's not a ghost town, there's like maybe 100.
The angry mob mean girl thing is getting old.
It is. Yeah. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's going to define
now
thousands.
Every time somebody, you know what the thing is? Every time there's someone that posts, oh, I don't get Google Plus, there's nothing to do here, no one's here, then it's like a neighborhood welcome watch committee, and they're all like, oh, let's go to this post and say,
let's
hey,
show
here.
them.
It's not a ghost town. I'm like, really?
They do the same crap that my kids do. It's like, what? I was just trying to welcome them. No, you weren't. You were trying to be an asshole. So what you were trying to do.
Right. So
there is a huge early adopter crowd that does this whole mean girl shtick.
Well, not all of us.
Not all, but it's there. And a lot of it does actually come from the video crowd, the Hangout crowd. And, there's so many logical fallacies that happen where, people lay, oh, well, the block button cures all ills. No, it doesn't. If you live in a crappy neighborhood and you close the curtains and now you don't have to deal with it, guess what? The neighborhood's still crappy.
It's still there. It's still there.
It's like MySpace got defined by a certain thing of, bad headshots and crappy-looking web pages and stuff. And, every network always has the snobby early crowd, and then it basically flattens out. But it's like there's this meme going around that people on Facebook talk about Rihanna, people on Twitter talk about Justin Bieber, and people on G+ talk about Einstein. Yeah, no, they don't. In case you haven't noticed, the Kardashians and Bieber can't actually get off the trending topic list. Twitter had to work on an algorithm to get Bieber off because he trends so hard all the time. And, I'm not just being a cranky guy. I'm being a cranky guy with experience that has seen this pattern a million times over. And eventually, there's no magical force field around Google Plus that's going to prevent the, unwashed American Idol dancing with the Snooki crowd.
And they wouldn't want it to. It's Google. Google's everything. It's not like Google, everyone's like, oh, Google's ours. No, it's Google. It's everywhere. Why would Google Plus just be yours, but Google everything that's the most insane thing ever.
And, so much for the 99% too, right? Because everybody is arguing that their mega corporation is cooler than the other mega corporation. You do realize how lame you sound when you take a few steps back. It's like, come on, guys.
But getting back to, Paulie, 1 second, I just want to answer Angie. Getting back to Pirillo for a second, Pirillo, when he was always, he interacted with me off of Plus, but in the past, the people I know he's interacted with, if they have problems, as much as he can. And he's a busy guy, but when Plus came around, it was in beta, and there were a few people that were interacting that were quote-unquote higher up or whatever. Chris was somebody that was interacting then and was continuing to interact and monitoring stuff and following content, and he actually was circling people, and he was sharing, and he was supportive. And so for people to bitch on him, it's like,
I didn't really dig that.
Yeah, I don't think that he was trashing Google Plus.
I haven't followed him here. I've been to Gnome Locker and stuff, but I wasn't really following him here. Quite frankly, it was off my radar. But all the hate that was raining down on that guy.
What does that say about all these people that have such hatred and anger issues? Like, really?
Yeah.
It's partisan. That's all it is.
And I think part of it
partisan, dear.
But part of it wasn't just what he said about Google Plus. It's the fact that when people went to go look at it, what did it start with? It started with, it was on Facebook IPO day or whatever. It started with his Facebook and saying all these really nice things about Facebook. And I think people were watching that leading up to the Google Plus comment. That fueled their anger, right? Right? A little bit, Eric, maybe?
You know, it's trendy to hate on Facebook, and there are problems there too. But there is a certain reality that exists with Facebook that you can't walk away from. People are like, I don't understand why everybody's talking about the IPO. Because there are some actual factual things about it that make it a big deal. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean that, you know, biggest tech IPO in history and a company worth more than the entire S&P 500, that's sort of a big deal. Granted, everybody became a financial analyst on that day.
Yeah, just because you don't like what the top news is doesn't mean it's not top news.
You know, I play around and pay attention to Android stuff, and I really don't like it because that's the kind of person I am. Use the stuff that sucks. Use it a lot. Keep using it. Come
You're
back
an
and
iPhone
visit
guy,
it.
Eric?
Huh?
You're an iPhone guy?
Yeah, I mean, I'm on a PC now. I use Linux in
too.
the shop, and my Mac is my primary machine. You know, I use it all, and I'm a Mac guy.
And I don't believe in this whole like one over the other. I think that there's room to use everything. I mean, you can
There's
like
a place
one
for
better.
there's a place for both of them.
Yeah, it's called the
personally
internet.
prefer Android.
I still use IRC. Huh? That's right. I
Old
said it.
school, like a
Damon's
boss.
trying to get in here.
Old school, like a boss.
Damon might get in here. Damon's someone that I met
You
way
know
back.
why?
There's a place.
Because IRC is the last social, not social. It's not social. You show
not
up
run
and
by
there's people
anything.
there and you can idle there all day. It's calmed down. It's nice. You don't have to get involved in all this crap. You're just like, what's up? How you doing?
Yeah, Damon's on a plane. No, that's fine. You know what's cool? You're on a plane, and it's almost like you're mobile, but you're not, because HOA doesn't usually get mobile. So this is
There
it's
he
almost
is.
it's
Yeah.
kind of cool to have. This is the first
He's on the
HOA I
laptop.
think on a plane, right? Could it be? Possibly.
This is the first time I've seen anyone on a plane.
Now, Matt
yeah,
Rappaport, you're very experienced with all of this. How does this measure up to the bathtub PLUStainment show recently?
I don't know. They're both different. I mean, I think that this PLUStainment show. You know what's good about the PLUStainment show? It started me and Jay talking about Dancing with the Stars and Fringe, or Game of
I'm
Thrones,
sorry.
and then it moved. If you go back to episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's what it was. And then Makowsky came in and it was all sex, sex, sex. And I tried to talk about Game of Thrones, not happening.
Angie was
And now-
not talking about Dancing with the Stars, just by the way.
No, you weren't. But that anyway. So now we're here, but I think it was a good show. Look, anything can happen, and I like that in a show.
Paulie?
In a network.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you there when I said, like, after Jane Ellen did her bubble bath hangout? Like, I saw 5 other women do bubble bath hangouts, and I'm just
No
like, she's
way.
such a fucking setter, man. No lie.
Are you serious? I didn't even know.
Yep.
We started that?
No lie.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Angie,
Yes.
I could really use names of those women to search.
I would like to go back and search
Actually,
bubble
Paulie-
bath. You could just type in bubble bath. I'm sure you'll find it.
Actually,
Okay,
no, but
let me
Paulie,
get on
I will
that right
definitely,
now.
I will definitely PM you at least one name of an incredibly
No.
sexy, funny, amazing woman that was in a bubble bath hangout.
Angie Person.
No. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the attention. I'm getting enough pictures and videos from Pluses as it is.
I heard about that.
Oh, my soul.
That's what you get for being on a frickin' sex podcast, dude.
Oh, that's true. You go further than we do. We talk about sex in a funny way. You actually talk about sex like it's in your mouth.
Yeah, right. We talk about it in a very technical
Damon's
way,
like, what
but
did
we also talk about it in a very adult way. That's true.
And Damon's like, what did I fly
Yes.
to? Damon, where are you, just out of curiosity for everyone for the one person watching,
To 'em.
where are you, and I'm not kidding, where are you flying from and to?
So I'm going from San Antonio to Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
That is, wow.
He's even doing the, I'm hiding what I'm saying.
People
Can you say the word dildo?
Yeah.
I'm just trying not to be loud on the plane. Can you imagine what it would be like on
So-
the plane if everybody was on a frickin' hangout and trying to talk, and it'd be just like, be crazy.
That would be
Cats and
really
dogs
cool.
living
Yeah, so that
together.
would, I'll tell you, it would be really weird if I like took a bubble bath on the plane, you know, in the bathroom. What do you think about that?
I don't think that the
Do
state
it.
is accommodating.
Bubble bath on the plane, guest starring on Sex, Love, and Lies.
Wow. So
That would be
so what's
epicness. That would be
so what's in
internet
Fort
epicness.
Lauderdale? Is there something? Is it business? Is it pleasure? Is it pleasure? What do you call it when you combine the two? Fissure?
Yeah.
Pleasness.
No, when you combine the two, it's called the Mile High Club.
Headed to work.
Oh, it's a word. All right. Because there are a lot of old people in Fort Lauderdale, I hear. I love old people, by the way.
There-
So.
And people in Pennsylvania.
I love Canadians!
Comedy gold.
I know, Makowsky's missing it. And Eric Rice, that's science. Eric Rice is, in case you couldn't read, I'll be right back.
That's pretty awesome.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's actually kind of, it's interesting to hang out with Angie and Paulie without the Jane and Makowsky. It's kind of, you get a different kind of Rappaport. So. The one that talks about himself in the third person. What?
I like to talk about Angie Person.
I would like to talk about that person, too.
I think Paulie Tenth is a great guy. Paulie Tenth loves being on the PLUStainment Show. Paulie Tenth loves him a little Matt Rappaport, okay? That's all I'm saying.
I would like to know what, can Paulie Tenth tell me what his parents named him?
You know what? I would like to know what love is.
Maybe don't
I want you to show me, Rappa.
Are you asking for a request? Because I can't sing right now.
Aww. No, I want you to show me, dude.
Well, drive on up to New York and we'll figure something out. We'll do lunch. Oh, and wait, so that's scary that he evaporated
We'll
on
do
the plane.
lunch.
That evaporated. You know, it is kind of scary. With my mind, I
Oh,
was
imagine
thinking,
that, a shitty internet connection on a plane.
or a hotel. Yeah.
Everything's awesome. Nobody's happy.
That is true.
Every time I
Does
hear
that-
somebody bitching about airplanes.
Is that
and
describe your
internet.
sex life? Oh, what? Oh, no.
Louis
Nobody
CK is
likes
dead.
airplanes, Eric.
Yes, I know.
The only airplane I like is the frickin' international flights where they just frickin' gorge you with food and wine, and you have a TV, and
Unless you have like a
room,
sick
and
nun
you're just
sitting
like,
next to you.
I have done that. I can vouch for it. Flying either first class to London or Tokyo is an amazing experience.
The coach, not so much.
I'm here to say, or New Zealand, because that's pretty frickin' epic too.
Hey, so
I
can
like
we get the glasses off and because we missed that the first time.
Do I have to do it in slow motion, Rafa?
You don't have to. You can do it in medium motion.
I'm getting a lot of lag. Are you guys getting lag, or is it just me?
I'm getting lag and all the cars that ever drove through your neighborhood.
Oh Lord. Well, I'm actually going to hop out here in a minute anyway. I have one other one I have to hop into because there's actually a Vegas hangout in real life that I'm attending in August.
Oh.
So I need to hop in and do some details with
Is
those
that
guys.
the one that Andy's going to? Hermine?
I don't know who Andy is.
Oh, then it's not that one.
It's apparently not that
So
one.
before you go, maybe you can leave on that. Yes.
Oh,
Oh. We just went up.
that
two
is
viewers.
so worth
Went up
it.
two viewers. I shipped you nuts.
I have little tiny. I have little tiny eyes. I don't like them. But oh my God, it just
Better than
sounded like
bug
every
eyes.
chick on the fucking internet. Shit, sorry.
Over the planet. So, all right, enjoy.
Anyway, you guys, it's been great. It was awesome to see everybody. I will talk to you guys later.
Good to see you. Take care of yourself.
That's Angie Person. Eric,
Good
do you
night.
just sign off to the voice and the microphone thingy that you do?
It's 20 minutes past the top of the hour.
I was really going for it's 22 minutes past the end of the show.
What? That was it.
Oh!
Oh, that sounded like Makowsky, actually. Wait, do that again.
Oh!
You sound like Makowsky.
I'm actually
Wait,
working
can you
on a
do
Makowsky.
more of that impression? Can you do like, well, actually, what I was doing was...
Well, actually, I'm here at the courtyard. No, that's not it yet, but I'm working on it.
Wait, who are you doing?
Like Ray Romano. Well,
Yeah, I know it's a little too Ray Romano, but I am gonna develop a Makowsky. I'm gonna be. Able
yeah, and
to
Brad Garrett, that was the only part of the act people liked when he imitated Ray Romano. Ray Romano and Brad Garrett, I guess, did a Vegas act, and they were done. And when they were done, obviously their pocket they come together. Brad Garrett alone is what? So, so when Brad Garrett got fired, he's like, Raymond is a nice guy. He's like, like when it was your last night, well, that was also your last night. So that was, I sound like Kermit the Frog now, but that's my Ray Romano. sticking to it. We can wrap up. I mean, honestly, people watch, they don't watch. I chop things up. I don't chop things up. I chopped up the poopiness. You watch the beginning poopiness, Paulie?
No, actually, believe it or not, right before we came on, Cynthia Parrott and I were hanging out. I didn't realize you were going to be doing this tonight. So we were talking, and we both get the invitation. She doesn't say anything, and I'm like, Matt Rappaport's doing his show, so we can't hang out very long because I want to shoot over there too. And she's like, okay, no problem. It was nice to see you. And then we both come into this, and I'm like, you could have said. We could have just hung out.
Maybe I invited you before her, maybe, but I don't remember. But did you guys have enough time to put all your clothes back on, or?
No, believe it or not, Cynthia and I have figured out a way to do it fully clothed so that it can be an HOA.
Okay, you just do one of those things where you brush your teeth with your tongue?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. It's a lot of non-verbal, non-physical, non-sexual sex.
Nice.
Yeah.
And Eric, so did you feel? Do you feel like anybody that actually was hating on Pirillo probably didn't even watch this and have no idea that he sat there? No one cares about that.
No idea.
It's funny too, because we wanted to get Pirillo in just a regular hangout talking, but has Pirillo ever done a Hangouts on Air? Just like, I don't think Cam or Scoble or any of them have done one publicly yet, have they?
Hey, Scoble has. He does a gadget review with Sam Levin.
When is that? How come I've never
I can't tell you immediately.
I circled with Gary Levin, did you say?
Sam Levin.
Oh, Sam. Okay, I don't know Sam.
Yeah, Sammy reviews lots of products. He's over there in the same room with.
Did they do it once a week, or?
I don't know. I don't even remember what it's called, but I see him from time to time.
I've seen a YouTube video, but I didn't realize it was a Hangouts on Air. Maybe.
Yeah.
So so the Hangouts on Air is it a boom? Is it a bust? What is it?
Well,
too early to tell?
You got to remember that the structure of Hangouts on Air. I mean, YouTube Live is a different thing. You're recording something and broadcasting it live. All Hangouts on Air is essentially YouTube Live, but with this panel of conversation thing, next to us.
Right. And also
if you're not interested in having a panel, or like a live studio audience, whatever, I don't know, then it doesn't technically work from a content and a conceptual thing. So it's very much a panel.
I kind of disagree because I have done Hangouts on Air where it's just me and the camera, and people were actually watching.
Does it include the stuff down here?
I mean, it's just me down there, I think.
Yeah, see, that's just crappy formatting. Well, if it's just you, I mean, at what point now are you looking at a YouTube Live scenario where, look, if it's just you,
right.
The Hangout on Air, I'd rather just go straight through YouTube instead of dealing with Hangouts because the Hangout plugin is such crap. But, for the panel situation, it's fantastic.
No,
it does kind of bug me that there's all this white space, on the end here. There's like white space there, and then on the other side.
But it doesn't show up on the. Does that show up on the? It does.
Yes, and that's the thing. Hangouts work for the conversational panel.
Do you think though the recording should literally should just be like the actual video panels with no other coloring?
It would be nice. I mean, to change the color of the background, and maybe that's something. Because God knows they put on more scuba masks and crap like that instead of real functionality. So sure, it's frivolous enough. I think it'll come any day now.
Well,
and yes, I'm being sarcastic.
I know you are. And so I guess
the problem is for the serious broadcasters, the quality of Hangouts on Air, especially the audio codec, is horrible.
Yeah, the sound is not. I'll rewatch it and I'll be like, this sound needs to be better.
The show. So I'm going to plug my show. Myself, Langley, and Starman. We do a show every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Pacific called Robot Underpants.
Robot Underpants.
Yeah, a total plug. The Hangout on Air that we do is not even part of the core broadcast strategy. It's simply fun. It's there. It's a little extra. We stream out on other networks and we record the show and it gets distributed on our parent network. But yeah, it's not part of our deal. The quality is kind of It is kind of makes us quiver a bit. And that's the Google Talk plugin. There's no two ways about it. Right. Flash is better, but crappy with the input fighting.
Can you do your little voice to introduce the person that just popped in?
This is the PLUStainment Show, episode 12, Comedy Gold. Newly guest has arrived, 30 minutes past the top of the hour, Craighton Miller. Welcome to the program, Craighton.
Hello, Craighton. Hey, we were just talking about you probably about 45 minutes ago when Pirillo was here. And really? Yeah, we're like, Craighton Miller gets to be on your vlog or vlog, why can't you say our names on your vlog? And there was desperation. Anyway, so tell us, Craighton Miller, what is it like to be in the Pirillo domicile and see his lovely wife, that's a MacGyver in the kitchen, and MacGyver in the bedroom? No, who said that? And I just lost Chris Pirillo as a friend.
I don't know. I've known him for a very long time, and I've been over to his house many of times and to help him with things and
has his wife or then girlfriend, fiance ever made you a sandwich made out of lettuce?
What?
She made breadless sandwiches with lettuce.
Sandwich. She has not made me a sandwich.
Oh, is it only a Sammy? You can't say the word sandwich? Are you too young to say sandwich? Is that an old person's word?
No, it's sandwich.
I just threw up. All right, Sammy, sandwich, Sammy Davis Jr.
Sammy. That's like when people in New York call a pizza a pie. That is the weirdest freaking thing for me.
Yo, I'll take a bite.
Yeah,
and incidentally, it wasn't until I was 37 years old that I knew that I ever heard bodega outside the construct of the bay where the sharks are. I'm like, what is a bodega?
Wow.
Never heard of a bodega in my life.
And you used to say bagel instead of bagel. Right.
No. We call them donuts.
Whoa! Yeah.
Donuts.
Do not go there. What? Craighton Miller, we were talking and now your elbow is here.
I like how you're trying to ask him all this exciting information about things that he finds relatively boring, like, what was it like being inside there? I don't know.
Did you not get to play that video game?
I had to drop off some papers, right? I wasn't thinking about it.
Did you sit in the throne chair that everybody watches? And by everybody,
I've sat in that chair.
Now, did you pass gas in that chair?
I love that chair.
Tell us the truth. You passed a little gas when you were sitting in the throne, right?
No, I didn't.
What? Why not?
Because his chair.
Oh, he would pass gas in your chair. I would. Why not? It's fun.
I want to get you a horn. Honka, honka, hey! Crazy gas passing time.
That was my terrible Adam Sandler impression. All right.
31 minutes past the hour.
All right, when I keep you track of time and Hangouts, that would be a terrible app. Wouldn't you love an app someone creates a Hangout app to keep track of your Hangout time? They're like, you've now been in the Hangout for 65 hours, you fucking asshole. Get the fuck out.
I'd love to know how long I've been in, like, Hangouts total, because it'd be at least a couple days.
You just need a little timer up there next to how many people are watching, so you got a little clock. Or just use your phone.
All I know is that she and David said, I have logged most Hangout hours. They might have been joking, but maybe not. That scared me.
All right, you guys, I'm going to get out of here. Thank you very much, Matthew Rappaport. Thank you, Eric Bryce. Craighton, it was great to see me. Nice to meet me, and I hope to talk to you soon.
And Paulie, I'm glad that you took care of that thing with the guy and the other guy. And I'm glad you're...
I don't mind. I owed you. I owed you for that thing with the guy at the place.
And I was always behind you, no matter what. I was always here for you, because you were number 10 with an H, T-H. Good night.
Take care.
Say hi to your mother for me. All right. That's, so, Craighton, it's just me and you here. No, but seriously, I know expect. So, so you all live, so how far is the drive between you and Eric?
Between me and Eric?
Yeah, he lives in Oregon.
3 hours?
I think it's about a 3-hour drive.
Do you guys ever do the? Well, Eric does the drive. Do you drive, Craighton, just to Chris's house?
I do drive. I've only been down to Oregon a couple times. Sorry, this light was getting a little bit too bright.
Technically, by the way, I'm not in Oregon. Because if you say Vancouver, everyone's like, oh, you're in Canada?
Wait, what state? Are you in Washington?
Well, see, I know Vancouver, Washington.
Yeah. Most 99% of everybody goes, Vancouver, you're in Canada, eh? No. There's anything wrong with that.
So
but Vancouver, Washington is just across the water from Portland. Like the Columbia River is what separates, Washington and Oregon. Yeah. All of the TV stations, all the radio stations, everything is Portland. The newspapers are Portland. There is a Vancouver paper, but whatever. And, I cross the river to go shopping because there's no sales tax in the state of Oregon. Here in Washington, there's no income tax, no state income tax. So that's kind of nice. And there's a crap load of people. The growth of people from California that live in this area is astronomical.
And Eric writes, you just admitted to getting the sweetness of both of those two in your life.
Now the government is going to come after you. And am I still like really washed out?
Yeah, a little bright. Little bright. What do you have, a lamp on your face? Why don't you turn on all the lights in the room? That would help.
But at any rate, yeah, so Seattle is only about, 2.5, 3 hours, depending on where in Seattle.
Have you been in the domicile of Pirillo since he's your buddy since 1993?
I've been in a bed with him.
Oh, did he fart or snore?
Well, with like 30 other people.
Yeah.
What?
Is that before he had a girlfriend?
No, he did. I think he was maybe even married at the time. So,
Pirillo's been married before?
This was a promo for a podcast conference, and we were at this hotel, and for whatever reason, everybody crawled out. Like, he got out of the bed, and he had some zebra robe on. There's a picture, I think. I got it in my Flickr stream. And, like, every single one of us got out of the bed, one at a time. It was like this nonstop stream of people getting out of the bed. I don't even remember what it was. It might have been for one of the podcast hotels back in, like, 05, 06.
So do you think, speaking of podcast hotels, I think about Kevin Smith and his podcast Castle. Do you think that, and you get the Leo the Board, are we going to see more and more of those types of independent studios for podcasts and hanging out on airs and YouTube and all that pop up more and more, or?
Well, it's common in the news industry for people to build it. So, politics aside, Sarah Palin has been doing, has done a lot of contributions to Fox News and has been fitted with a full-on studio. It is not unrealistic for people to have remote studios because with the technology becoming so, the bandwidth's getting better, the quality of cameras and everything. I mean, our webcams are high definition. It makes it very easy to do this. So you don't even need the space to build a full thing. I'm building one, but I live on a farm, and I got a spare building that I can do this in. So, yeah, depending on the thing. It doesn't matter what platform people use. It's just being ready to go live, and have all of this stuff just fire up. So, yeah, I think it's a very big thing.
And not to ignore the audience, but we did have a question from Jeff Bentley who said, can you give me an example of people coming at you when you look at them wrong? Would you like to take that one? Eric?
Coming at you.
No. What?
No, that was from earlier.
Oh, yeah. That was from earlier. Yeah, come on, figure of speech, right? It's the, you give somebody a look the wrong way, and they're like, what, you got a problem? It's the metaphorical rage that the Google loyalist or any loyalist of people who feel like they've been slighted. You know what? I got to put this out there. I have, even though I'm dual platform on mobile and I'm triple platform on desktop, I've been a Mac guy. I identify as a Mac guy, and I have been that for years. The only reason it's so funny to me now is because I recognize every time a Google person rages as something from my past, because we used to be the 90-pound weakling on the beach. We used to be the, oh, how cute little Mac guy, pat, pat, pat. There's no games. There's no software. And here we are, reinventing every freaking industry after everybody else shows up. Here we are getting ready to be the first trillion-dollar company. And, yeah, we've shit on some people in the process. But it feels kind of freaking good to be on the other end of the spectrum that we have been in. Yes, is Apple still a fad? All of that. Everybody knows the Apple stuff. Even if you weren't an Apple guy, you either dished it or you heard about it. Oh, I had a Mac once. It was a Mac Classic. Yeah, now everybody's got a Mac. It's called an iPod or an iPhone or an iPad, or let's go down the list. So I get it. And trust me, you will do everything in your power to come at somebody denying any flaw in your universe or ecosystem, just so you can be like, what? Why are you coming after me? What? There's no viruses for us. So, yeah, trust me. I've been on both sides. So, yeah, it's kind of an important distinction. I feel very Republican.
You should, sure. Definitely.
It is. It's kind of got the, and I think we got to be careful because there is that little kind of crazy right-wing zealotry when everybody rages when somebody gets on TV and they're like, hey, I like it. It's kind of dead, but whatever. Oh my God! Yeah, well, calm down.
And it wasn't like even if he was on CNN, which he wasn't, still the guy.
He was on a local Seattle news station. What do you do?
Yeah, I don't know. Craighton, have you been seeing that and talking about that? The whole and we talked about it with Pirillo earlier. We've been jumping on Chris because he said one little thing that it's like a graveyard. There are bodies.
And yeah, I was there when he was raging about this, and he talked to me about this.
It's
and
ridiculous.
The reality behind it is that actually people are twisting his words on what he said.
But they're getting mad that he's not the enemy.
They're getting mad for the wrong reasons. That's the thing. They're just, you say anything remotely like bad or kind of put something down, even though if it's true or not, people are going to rage at you no matter what. And it's just that people were just, attacking him because he said something, and it's his opinion.
Right. That's if you can't say your opinion, whether someone agrees with you or not, that's ridiculous.
I mean,
that's what the internet is.
Maybe they're concerned he's right. Maybe deep down they're like, I really don't want to admit, but I think this place
They don't want to admit that they're wasting their lives.
I mean, I've heard people that have made it on the suggested user list, and they've gotten tens of thousands of extra followers, and they're like, nothing's really changed as far as engagement's concerned. I look at the
that's true. Yeah, that's totally true.
I look at the followers, and I'm like, this is all like bots and people who are just clicking things to click. And so I went on my little experiment yesterday of, okay, I'm going to play the game by the generic rule of just share circles, follow more people. I know how to use social networks, so even though I kept a really tight ship.
Yeah, you fucking have this shit memorized in the little head of yours.
Yeah. And so it's just kind of funny because now people just add me back just because I added them. Like, what? Really? I mean, this is not how you do it. This is MySpace. So, yeah, And it's just funny because it's like those numbers. We're a numbers thing, right? Quantity versus quality.
Hey, Hermine. How do you feel?
You're live on the air. Welcome 20 minutes before the top of the hour. This is the PLUStainment Show, episode 12.
Episode 12, Comedy Gold!
Zany Comedy Gold, everybody.
I don't get it. Yeah, you don't have to get it. Go back and watch! This is not live anywhere. What are you talking about? It's not live. It's online. What do you mean it's not live?
We're live right now because we're calling you out on it.
We're live?
Yeah, I just watched the live stream of Matthew going, what do you mean you were not live?
What do you mean we're not live? He just saw me live. Are we live? What is this crazy box that I'm in? What are we
live? In fact, I'm going to go over here to YouTube.
It's not showing on Google Plus something to watch? Oh, well, maybe because it was
there he is.
Not safe for work or Pirillo. We were talking negative about Google.
I've checked. You're live on YouTube right now as we speak.
Well, you were talking about the suggested user lists, and you do know that he was taking off the suggested user list.
Yeah, he was only just taking off of it. So do you think that I don't think that's why Chris said that, but that's what maybe that's what people set people off. They're like, oh, well, he was on the list, and now he's not on the list, and that's why he said something negative. Do you think that's really what the fuel was?
No, I
because people think that he was made somehow by that list, and it's like, no, yeah, he's been a big deal before this. If you don't like him because he's same like Craighton, I've known him for a lot of years. If you don't be nice on my account. If you think he's a spaz, if you think he's out of control and you want to block him, fine. I don't give a crap. It's not me. Whatever. But he's been that whole franchise before that, and it just translated as
And it's not like he doesn't know what he's talking about either. I mean, he's done this for 15 plus years now. So it's not like he's new to the game and he's just calling out Apple to call out Apple. Google.
I was actually surprised to find out that he was an iPhone guy.
I wasn't. So but Pirillo, like maybe recently, but overall, Pirillo is way more. He shares people's stuff. He comments maybe less now or me, but like he does way more than like all these other people that are on the list with him. That are,
he's super active.
You also have to realize that guys this big, whoever, and Hermine said in chat, or actually Matthew said in chat, Will Wheaton's, a Scrobel, Felicia Days, they have such a large base that they are overwhelmed and there is no possible way to engage. There is a different set of rules once you've crossed a certain threshold, and it's very, very difficult.
Has anyone seen the stuff he posts?
Yes, for years.
Chris? Or
maybe his audience here is not that interested in commenting on it. I find some of it disparaging to women. I find some of it not funny. I find a lot of it just out on the fringe, and it's not my fit. I have nothing to comment on.
What are you talking about specifically? Sorry, I missed what.
I'm talking about some of the content that I see some people post and then complain that they don't have engagement. Guess what?
I don't think that there's an audience. I don't think that there is a people. I mean, when you are in the fray, it's the same freaking people everywhere. It's not a silo of, oh, only the, there's no signs that say insert name of whatever class only, right? I don't think that there's a different. His fans follow him where his fans follow him. He might have a different style because the mechanics of the site are different.
And let's assume that the 1 million+ fans that he has on here were not organically, and they may actually not be his quote-unquote fans.
You're talking about Chris?
Yes.
But is his behavior supposed to change because of that? Because I would certainly hate to be in a position where if I got put on that list, my behavior is suddenly expected to change. Because it ain't. Ever.
And that was one of the things I was thinking, like, it's not like they said...
I wonder why you don't have engagement. I see people like Rory Swan. He says hello. 80 other people say hello back. I see people write, 20-page dossiers, and they only get like a +1. I see a lot of strange things going on.
That's not strange,
some
though.
of it. But
I don't think there's anything weird about that.
That's people don't want to read a 20-page
but
document.
it's not a ghost town, Matt. It may just be that you are not
interacting. Graveyard, he told us.
Sorry.
Whatever. The graveyards have bodies.
Okay.
That's about it.
Right. But it just may be that your style, your content, your timing, your slow things aren't biting.
But he wasn't talking about him specifically. He was talking about the overall. He gets content and engagement.
If there's one thing that I can't... Okay, I have to be careful here. No. If there's one thing that is really tough, it's following somebody who might be a Ngnomie, the nation of people that follow him.
Craighton is in here.
Because his content is so freaking widely shared. I don't follow him because I can just go and check in and get a couple of weeks worth of content and move on. I don't need to. Actually, I did just follow him today because I was keeping track of the whole drama. But the Ngnomies reshare and share a lot of the content all the time, and they interact with him in so many freaking channels. But you can take a step back and take a look at G+. I mean, you know better than this.
But
you do not need to personally have thousands of comments to take a look back, go to all the popular kids, look at this, look at the numbers, look at the news articles, and really work the site and figure out, is this place really kind of popping or whatever? Google is a goddamn... I couldn't believe I was agreeing with Adam Curry tonight on Twit. I was watching Twit, and it was Adam Curry and a Reverend and Scoble and Leo. And Adam Curry, who's somebody I have not had love for quite a long time, was saying some of the most sensible stuff. Google used to reign at search. There's all these people running around bumping into each other. The main product is sucking. There's all this search plus your world. They're going to try and... The one thing Adam Curry said, I couldn't believe it, was they want to force you into the CIA Factbook and Wikipedia for your content. You can't go find some miscellaneous bullcrap site. You're going to get force-fed all of the mainstream popular stuff through them. The entire... The Google thing is falling to pieces. Or no, it's not falling to pieces. It's AOL-ifying. It's Microsoft-ifying. And that bigger, when you can take a step back and look at it, and look at all the social networks that came before it, and thinking that this stuff, I think it might have been accelerated because people already know how to do social networking now. No wonder they, it's like all the charts in the beginning. Look how fast they got to 100 billion users, because people know how social networking works now. They just go sign up, click shit, and then move on, right? They know how it works. They have a comfort level. If their friends aren't there, they're finicky, they bail. I mean, yeah, I can safely say that it is a graveyard or a ghost town or whatever, that the engagement is kind of shaky, and I do engage, and I do understand this, and I've seen this pattern so many times before.
But let's talk...
And I'm a pro at using this stuff.
Boy, let's talk about what the real issue is. Is the real issue, is it that he said this, or is it that these people, and by these people, what you mean these people? I mean, people that we all interact, hangout crowd, popular kids, whoever on here, the idea that a lot of them like drama. They like trolling. And they like that idea that, oh, let's go after him, and we're going to do all this stuff, and we're going to have all this people, all this engagement and content, and we're going to get, it's like the same thing with the trending. All right, today we're going to make
it's the evolution. Look how much TechCrunch will post an article that says why X will fail. Because it will get the traffic.
Exactly.
I think everybody wants the attention, so shit on whatever you can and fight.
And I don't think that maybe people weren't even really hating or attacking Chris. They're like, oh, if we do this, we're going to get attention. And maybe Chris was saying the same thing, who knows? But at the end of the day, that got some other people who don't think, oh, that person is trolling or attacking. They're thinking, oh, that's my friend, and damn right, they're right.
I just want to get to the source of it. I want to know why. I mean, if people hate Facebook and they're rooting for Google, that's fine, right? There are guys out there, they do that for Apple. There are like 4 guys, I think, that do that for Microsoft. I'm becoming the 5th, right?
You know what, Eric? I wish that we could see everyone that says, I hate Facebook, I deleted Facebook, Facebook sucks. I wish we could have proof that because I guarantee 50% or 80% either do still have a Facebook, or they have a fake one. It's ridiculous.
I honestly don't believe it. It's like I don't believe people who say, I don't look at advertising. You might not act on it immediately, but somehow 3 weeks later you're like, I remember seeing that. But you're not going to tell anybody because you look like an asshole.
I just don't like this momentary thing.
I don't know. I just think I'm not a big fan of some people, and I'm not saying that their content's not worthy to others. It's just an interesting statement to be in, knowing the stuff that he posts.
I mean, Howard Stern's popular, and people go, that guy's an idiot.
Right.
There are so many content.
He's obviously not an idiot, based as far as
how much of Felicia Day's followers are followers because she's a pretty geek chick, and not because they're like, I really find your point to be very astute, right? I mean, come on, we're not idiots, and she's talented.
The majority of people do not spend time curating their circles to any major degree, if at all, and that's something we can agree on, right?
I also have a really hard time believing that people are private, because look at how many blogs were out there in the world that just stayed open and spam just filled them up. People have too big of an ego to go private. Well, maybe the circle thing tried to harness the content, but I think early on people realized that the circle model didn't work.
Yeah,
and they tried to say, well, it's for privacy, but then you realized if I share this to one circle, somebody can't reshare it out to the public. And now how can I be known as a brilliant content curator if you can't reshare it?
Things that changed in my book. Number one is I don't know. I have a suspicion that not every single post that you now send out, and I don't know this, is being seen by everyone. I think it's being selective, like aggregated based on some algorithm. Maybe 50% of the posts are being seen. I don't know. Just seems like that. So that might be one of his issues. The second thing is, it used to be that you could tag people in, and if you put them a circle less than 100 people, they get an automatic notification.
It's now less than 25 or 25 or less, I think.
It's 25 or less, and you have to go down and select the box. So even though you put it in the blue box, you guys can go and create this right now so you can experiment it with anybody watching. And then you have to click on the box and then say, notify me individually? Yes. So what happens is you're assuming these 100 people, 200 people are getting this notification. They're actually not anymore because people got sick and tired of being over-notified by some people. Mm-hmm. And we all know who these offenders are. Anyway, so they put
Was that a dig at me?
Oh, I wasn't even saying you.
Wow.
I was just hearing the way your voice went up and you went down. Anyways.
No, there's like 10 people that immediately come to mind, and funny enough, you didn't, but now that you say it, yeah, you too. Anyway.
Nice cover.
So understand that the rules are being changed, in my opinion, all the time, and so we're just not used to them. That's all. That's it.
So I'm confused. The notification system does, when you click on send this person notifications, they're not getting notifications anymore from them?
No, now you have to click that box. You didn't have to before. You just put them in a circle of under 25.
Right. And I thought that's how it worked, But then I started thinking, maybe it never worked that way? But maybe it did work that way. I mean, that's the other thing about Google Plus is that things are not spelled out for you here. It's like not just a great. It's a land of mystery and like intrigue. It's like trying to figure out how it really does work. It's like that's a little crazy to me.
So there is a comment. I gotta throw it in. This is relevant. Anna Victoria Lagos says a journalist from Clarin of Argentina is talking bad about Google Plus yesterday, and a lot of Argentine people in Google Plus go to the note in the news and talk bad to her. So for why do the same? Her name is Maria Ars. Argentinos in Google Plus are very angry with what she said.
What did she say?
Oh, she just probably said something negative about it. Who knows? Probably could have covered the story. Is it a ghost town?
But that ghost town story's been around since last summer.
Well, right, and RJ Metrics had a news survey, and the thing is, here's what we got to look at, is that the public data says one thing. The private data, well, as far as I'm concerned, the private data doesn't exist unless that data is shown to us. We have to judge it on the public.
It's not even so much that. We're power users. We know how much people are privately posting. We have a good sense. It's an 80-20 rule. 80% of it's public.
And I think it's fair to be able to extrapolate from a public data feed.
You know, the other 20% is private. We probably, even us, when we do private, we ping. We don't necessarily post private. More people.
Or even if you redo it and say 20% of the people make 80% of the content.
Yeah.
You know, even if everything is, it's very long tail there where everything is behind the door. It's not enough to matter. Because I think that people have such a desire to be such great curators. I mean, look, when you look at the popularity of something like Pinterest, which is all about you as a curator and people seeing how awesome your tastes are, how can I share something to the public so I can show off how awesome of a curator I am? Because there's so much sharing and resharing going on. People don't post original, and you know, the new app kind of illustrates how very read-only it is, and lots of photos. People are resharing and resharing. And the original post that people, when they comment on something they've reshared, that gets lost in another reshare. So, you know, the structure is kind of weird.
Google Plus has a lot of different tools, a lot of different things, but it's not, they're all like, you know, you see like ripples. Again, there are lots of things here that are cool, but it's like, I'm going to go click on view ripples and then go over here to view them. It's also like the friction. I feel like the design and the stuff is clunky.
It also became a game. Let's see if we can make this ripple.
Right. Well, even Dari's doing the ripple effect, right? And that's something.
It's all the bullshit that people do on Facebook. +1 and reshare, like and reshare.
No, but quite frankly, I think they just probably gave a few too many tools. Most of those ripple tools are pretty much just for businesses and their social media departments. Like sometimes I think they just gave a little bit too much candy out. But that's another story.
If you know how to use the internet, you use the hell out of every site, and it's you who must pivot around everything that comes at you. Use everything. Figure out how it works. If it doesn't, whatever. Nobody cares about your opinion if you like it or you don't like it, unless you're an expert in the field. Because everyone's got it. And what was the phrase? Why I was not consulted is a condition. There's the geek, if I don't like it, ergo it sucks for everyone. You have to proclaim how unique you were, and I got rid of it 5 months ago. 30 years ago, I walked away from Facebook. Well, great. What are we gaining by you telling us that?
Listen, people
why wasn't I consulted syndrome?
People flip-flop here, that's fine, but it's like when people are flip-flopping and you think of them as your friend, it's someone you give a crap about, and it's like, it's annoying, It's like, who is this person? They nonstop. It's like, all right, today, so like, for instance, somebody always says, oh, this is what needs to be done. And then you say what needs to be done. They're like, oh, I wouldn't pretend to know what needs to be done. Like, really? You've been talking about what needs to be done for the last, 2 months. So it's like, the hypocrisy that goes on here is silly. It really
I don't think I've seen Eric change his stance.
Not Eric. I'm not talking about Eric or anybody in here.
I know. That's why I'm joking. I think.
Oh, okay.
He's still breaking.
Eric loves Pinterest. Let's see. Eric is a Mac guy. He loves Pinterest. He is a gamer. He's very into virtual reality and all that stuff. He's got the different glasses. He lives on a farm which isn't not Portland. It's really in Vancouver or over the river, and he's got a wife, he's got kids, they travel. He likes blue hair for some reason. I don't know. He has robot underpants. Like I
sometimes and you know what? Sometimes though it is hard to be fair because you've got to remind yourself to be like, all right, stop talking shit and go back and use it. Am I terribly fond of G+? Not really. Will I use it? Of course. I'd be an idiot not to. The same way I'd be an idiot to quit Facebook.
But
yes,
when you say
I know
fond,
that there's all these drama and dilemmas.
Let me ask you point blank, Eric Rice. I mean, you could be on my show maybe Thursday. I'll ask you this, but I'll ask you now. Do you like hanging out?
Hangouts, yes, because I have experience with the video going all the way back to Seismic. Absolutely. Video shouldn't even be, the Hangout shouldn't even be a product with Google+.
It should be its own thing, its own website, its own...
I don't feel comfortable about...
I respectfully disagree. I don't think it would be as powerful without Google+.
Video is always powerful. The problem that I worry about is it going away. And I know that might sound kind of crazy.
It's expensive, right?
Yeah. Video costs money. And every startup has come and gone over and over and over and over for years. Google just happens to have $1 billion.
More than that, yeah.
So
I think
it's a minor point of disagreement, by the way. Hold on. Just to address what Hermine said, who disagreed. I think it's a minor point of disagreement. I could give a crap one way or the other if it's attached or not. But it should be, I think, mentally considered a separate thing because the connections that you make here are way different than the connections of somebody flying by in your stream. That's why I'm so adamant about saying, look, there's nothing different about the stream.
You need the people who are in the stream. You need the people in the Hangouts. You need the community is what's helped to build the community through the Hangouts. You put this software out there, and basically it's Skype without the community. Great. There's another video development platform elsewhere. It's in the relationships that we've been able to develop, in my horse voice, dang it, that
Did someone say horse?
has
no, Eric.
That has served or has catapulted Hangouts to another level. And what it is we're all trying to build, do, have fun with, whatever.
See, and I agree that what you said about the Hangouts being connected and why it's powerful, but I think that both would work. I think that letting people try Hangouts without them having to be on Google Plus might be a smart thing. I don't think it would be a negative thing. No? Hogwash?
Oh, no, I was saying that months ago. I was like, can you just make it your way?
I know you were, and I think that...
And everyone's like, no.
I think it's maybe one way. I think, okay, I'll concede a little bit there that, it needs a little bit of that infrastructure there. But I have no context aside from your words on paper when you're just posting stuff in the stream and people are liking it and commenting on it, which is done on every other freaking network. And
it doesn't work with you, Eric, because you're someone that's like, oh, man, dude, it's your content, and, like, I hate it, but it's crappy or whatever, but I like hanging out with you, where someone else would be like, Matthew, I'm hanging out with you, and your content, it kind of says who you are, and it's funny, and you're funny, and da-da-da, but you...
I think it's a style of content.
Right.
I mean, look at everybody that's like, in fact, the day I did my little add a bunch of circles thing, oh my God, it was Catter Day, and I was like, why did I do this today?
Why did Catter Day?
Because my stream exploded. They're like, here's the top engagers, and I added all these engagers circle, and it was like all cat stuff. I'm like, oh, here we go. I totally detonated my stream on purpose. I put landmines in my stream and said, yeah, I'm going to add shared circles, and I know this is going to be a bad idea, and it was. I'm sure now it's going to be a lot of work to try and find somebody awesome out of that. I have to go through a few tactics to do this, but I'm like, this is just not how you make friends and colleagues and just go through all this song and dance, and it makes it disingenuous a bit.
But at the end of the day, when it comes to Ghost Town Graveyard or not, is it really just a matter of people just don't have time? Maybe they don't care, but they don't have time.
Or they're getting bored and fading away. That's the danger. Not the people that have to proclaim they're quitting, but those that fade away.
But I'm talking about people that don't use Google Plus versus, when Chris said he always sounds solving a problem. Even if it was solving some problem for some people, it's time consuming. People, like I said, the majority of people on Facebook, the larger number, are not spending a long. They're looking at a picture. They're looking at when it's their birthday. They're not spending. They're really, whatever the poll says. But I think most people just don't have time to sit on Facebook. Maybe some people at work. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that people are spending hours upon hours the mainstream on Facebook?
I thought that.
Yeah.
I thought that. In some ways, I kind of think that statistic. We've heard that statistic that the average user only spends like 3 seconds on the Google Plus live stream, whatever.
That's a lot, yeah.
I don't agree that it's maybe that short, but I do agree that it's a low number because for me, I mean, I consider myself a heavy Google Plus user. Yet when I go and look at my home screen with all my streaming stuff, I only spend maybe 1 or 2 minutes there, just scrolling through and looking at stuff. Because I'll see like the random picture. Maybe I'll see.
And let me ask you a question: Is it worse with the new design, or it's the same as it was with the old design?
I think it's the same. I don't think that the new design really changed anything with getting more user engagement. I kind of see Google Plus as more like a content aggregator rather than a content engagement site. Kind of like what.
So you kind of agree with Chris and Eric in that sense, where you're just kind of grabbing news here and there.
Exactly, and I like. When I scroll through my stream, even like the most popular people, there'll only be a couple comments on there. There won't be a lot of comments, and that's what I believe.
But isn't it fun to come across like something that's funny or thought provoking versus just like the news? Like it's out there. Eric's like, I hate that shit.
It's totally out there. I mean, Google Plus has some good content. I won't say that they don't, but I'm saying that the engagement is...
Hey,
Incidentally, I translated that article that was posted on the comments from Ana Victoria Lagos. It is, once again, an author of an article reporting on somebody else's study, and that author is getting crapped on. That makes Google Plus users look crazy. I was looking. She said that Argentinos are pissed off at that lady for writing that article. So I translated it, and I read it, and it reads like every other article. RJ Metrics said. RJ Metrics said. And now Argentina is pissed off at the writer of the article who's reporting on somebody else's study. If you don't knock this shit off, you're going to look crazier than MySpace. And people are going to be like, it's not a ghost town. It's freaking insane. There's poltergeists everywhere going, la, 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 la. Knock it off. It's just internet. This is what's killing it.
And Elaine entered at the right time.
And it makes me want to go support the other guys who might actually listen. Like, you know what? I might actually lend some help to Microsoft just because maybe they'll listen more than Google has. Because the other half of this story is what assholes Google has been towards their early adopters and their loyalists, even the critical early adopter ones.
And welcome, Elaine, to... This is like, sorry, this is, hey, do your little voice. This is kind of like after the after show of the PLUStainment Show. He does like a little voice and everything for me. Eric is like my Peter McDermott.
It is 6 minutes past the top of the hour, welcoming Elaine Sharpe to the... And incidentally, I say curate incidentally as a result of it's a common term that's used to define X and Y. I don't care what the word is. It's just the
well, you know, I kind of do because I got paid to do it, and I'm really tired of seeing that word misused and abused. But
no, it's like hacker and cracker. Hacker got overtaken, and it doesn't mean what it means, and you know.
Yeah, I know. It means whatever. You know, whatever. The thing is, early adopters get restless. That's the nature of the beast. And if we don't have something that brings people and keeps them here, that's Google's loss.
Put games in the mainstream.
I will always find, you know something? I will always find something that pleases me. I don't need to be on Google Plus to do that. And
you know how to use the internet.
Yeah, the internet. I love the internet. The internet's I know how to use this thing. I've been using it, you know, since 1989. This is not something that's new terrain for me. It's a new way of negotiating the old terrain.
You think they should put games in the mainstream?
Do I think they should put what?
Games in the mainstream?
No, because I've never been a gamer. But you can have them, you know? It wouldn't bother me.
I'm just saying, it gives people a reason to dwell here.
Well, customization is another issue to talk about.
And those aren't my games either.
You love it, you want it.
I gotta say the same thing.
I would learn how to get rid of it.
I think the same thing's happening over on Facebook. I would say, and they keep saying that people are spending a ton of time there. There's two things happening on Facebook. One is if you're logged in, they're actually saying those are hours, which I have a fundamental challenge with, because if you're not really reading, engaging, clicking, doing this, that, and the other, that's a challenge. The second thing is if you're logged into a Zynga game, technically they're saying that's Facebook time. If you're doing all these other activities, that's what they're including in all of their hours and all of their metrics.
Are they also including when you log into a site with Facebook?
Are they including all the time I watch YouTube when I'm on Google?
I don't know.
No, they're not.
Who knows? Who cares? Do you care? I mean, really and truly, do you care how much time people?
Yeah, because that's the metric that we're
there.
addressing. That's the metric we're addressing. People,
yeah, but it's a metric that is totally
that it's a ghost town. Let's compare apples to apples, or what a graveyard. Let's compare the same things. Because if you're not going to include the YouTube hours, if you're not going to include all this other stuff, you can't include that in Facebook either. And you'll start to see that Americans, people overall, are spending less and less time in this social network.
This is not a social network. This is a library.
That's not what
First difference.
Social networks in general.
Whatever you want to call it, yeah.
Yeah, well, no, it is. You know what? It's not whatever you want to call it. And that's a big problem for me, is that people are calling Google Plus a social network. Google doesn't do social. We all know that, right? Google is a research mechanism, and Google Plus is an extension of that research mechanism. Please stop calling it
Google doesn't.
social.
You don't get to choose what your
You're going to tell me what we're doing right now is not a social activity?
You know something? You know what is social on Google? And I agree with you, Eric. I think it should be a separate domain. Hangouts are social on Google.
No.
They are incredibly social. I love them.
They're this is unreal.
What?
That's okay. We can't
I only say it because I've been through this model
agree to
before.
disagree. Everyone can talk.
And I would say, yes, you need a little textual bit around it. Yeah, that's fine. I think it's inconsequential, but the product itself. I was just responding to somebody who said, what percentage of, you think are the Facebook, MySpace people? I think that it's the 20-80 rule. I think the people that are getting all the press, the people are the ones that are the loudest, are the ones, it's the minority. It's the 80-20 rule. They make all the content, they make all the noise. And by the way, the video people have the more powerful presence than the text.
No, that's the other lie that's happening, because we're all sitting here and we're hangouters. We're believing our own hype. There are some powerful groups here that don't hang out.
But they don't show up. They don't get to make the decisions.
Are we talking about the Lego people, the Star Wars people? What are we talking about? The porn writers? What are we talking about as being the significant power? What are these elements that you're talking about?
I encourage people to reach out to these other groups. There's Gaia. There's numerous other groups. There are movie makers, and they're not porn movie makers. There are photographers.
I wish they were.
Right, but the news people, when the news people have a hangout, they need vetted people. The people they're going to tap are those that they see. They know who the literate people are with good cameras, good lighting.
But does it just give it the validity for the entire network?
No, I think it does. It's media.
No, the reason that it works is because all of those people exist in one community.
But we don't exist in one community, Hermine. If I didn't show up again after tonight, if I never came back to Google Plus, nobody would notice. There might be a little sort of, whatever happened, but there would be I have no impact. I have no
The hangout people would,
delusions
the text people wouldn't.
I have no delusions of my significance on Google Plus. None. I'm an individual using a service.
What did you say, Amy?
There are some big hitters that are great writers on the written side, and if one of them left, people would notice. Maybe not the hangouters.
So can you give us a few examples?
They're like amazing. I think his last name is it's Gregory Esau. That's what I want to say, or Eschwide. I actually don't know how to say. He has a great group of and 200, maybe 300 people running strong that are just brilliant and are trying to solve bigger problems than Google. They're out there trying to solve, using the platform, real challenges in their communities and the world as a whole. They don't give a shit.
That's using a platform, though.
They don't talk about Google all day. Why do we hangouters talk about Google all day?
Oh, this just came up because of the Chris Pirillo thing, you know.
No, I agree.
Not because we were talking about other stuff too, but that's what's hot right now.
Well.
I mean, I did a whole show. I mean, like, we were doing all about cooking. There was no talk about Google. I mean, I don't. It depends what's going on.
Those are some of the stronger shows, though. It's like you get out of yourselves, you see that the infrastructure really is the backbone, and we always wondered this when it first came on. Will Hangouts, if Google Plus doesn't survive, be something that is tied in very strongly with YouTube? And is this not the infrastructure for YouTube if the web is going video in the future anyway?
I mean, video and pictures, right? So that seems to be the
web is going mobile.
Well, we know that.
Yeah, you're going mobile right now. Eric, stop confusing it.
Yeah.
Eric has made the dark room appear in this thing. Darkness. But, you know, I mean, I know Elaine, I mean, I don't, Chris was actually in here earlier. So, I mean, look, I have nothing against Chris, I have nothing against you, Elaine, nothing against anybody.
I'm sure Chris is a very lovely person.
But what?
Right.
Wait, hold on. So Elaine,
this is why it keeps coming up, by the way.
What? Because you're mobile? Well, but Elaine, you were talking about how you be anywhere and all this stuff, and why, I mean, it did seem to really bother you, Chris, Miss comments, and so do you want to talk a little bit?
It totally bothered me.
So talk about that a little bit and why.
I took it very personally. I have no problems admitting that I took it personally because he essentially set me up as someone who has done nothing. I'm like bones hanging around his neck or something, you know, that all of these people who have made this network viable for ourselves suddenly didn't exist except in relation to his experience. And, you know, calling this a graveyard when he has acquired 1.1 million bags of bones following him around. I was so offended by that, really and truly.
Good for you. It was offensive. Good for you.
And again, I'm going to bring this up.
I agree. I totally agree with Pete.
Okay.
I don't want to hear anybody else, you know something? I actually don't want to hear anybody else apologize for Chris Pirillo.
Nobody's apologizing.
I'm really tired of it.
I would never apologize.
I have to say, because I was asked, but I really don't want to talk about it anymore.
Okay. We don't have to talk about it, but I don't think anyone's apologized.
It's not relevant.
If I can say one thing real quick. Okay. When I think all this is coming out.
Hey, Craighton, maybe give Elaine a little bit background real quick about your relationship with Chris.
Okay, well,
I can see he's somebody who works with him, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I looked it up, you know, so I don't come in uninformed.
I didn't say we did.
Okay. When he said that on the newscast, he was referring to other people saying that. He wasn't saying that himself.
Apologist. Apologist.
I don't listen.
I'm not an apologist.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of.
I don't want to hear it from you. I really don't. I'm sure you're a lovely person too, but I really don't want to hear it from you. I'm in a really.
I don't think he has anything to apologize for.
I'm in a hard mood tonight. It's like don't.
Well, listen. I honestly, I don't think he has anything to apologize for. I understand the viewpoint of the bones and like it seems he's unappreciative of the 1.1 million, but I don't necessarily think that he was like. That was what he was going for. He wasn't going for insulting, and
okay.
And I think people can be hypersensitive here. Go ahead.
I am someone who spends a great deal of time analyzing vagueness in language and gesture. Okay, this is part of my dissertation, my research dissertation, and you know, language patterns, body patterns, the way that people introduce the things that they say when they aren't saying what they're saying. I took total offense at what he was not saying, but what was implicit, and I don't want to hear the apologies anymore.
But what about what he said right afterwards, how it was awful?
No, what was implicit?
He said that it was a graveyard. He prefaced his entire discussion about Google Plus. He didn't want to say anything positive. He
said he liked it
immediately with a negation. And
that's where I'm confused. He said he liked it.
Set up the can I finish? He set up the context as a negation of what he was of his sort of arrival at the position that he's in. He'd also just recently had been taken off the suggested users list. So I think that might have something.
That's supposed to change somebody. If I'm not if I get put on that suggested user list, my opinion about Google Plus being a clusterfuck even though
Oh,
I
yeah.
use it. I
Yeah.
kind of like it. It is kind of a clusterfuck, and yeah,
You
it's
know,
got
yeah,
huge
we
issues
all
that
love our
don't make
little
it.
clusterfucks.
But I'm not going to change that if I'm on the user list, and I'm not going to change it when I'm getting off. I'm not going to let something like that affect
You're
me.
not on it. You don't know because you're not on it. Can't speak to that.
You think I'm going to be nice if I got on it?
No, I think you would become even. Never
Even
mind
more
what
of
I
a
think
dick.
become, Eric. I'll talk to you later,
Well,
privately.
Steve Ward was on it, and he
No,
wasn't nice.
no.
Wait, Steve Ward was on it. He wasn't nice. He did get taken off of it. Then he got put it back on and take it off and da-da-da. But
Whatever.
that's neither here nor there. I don't think that Chris...
Hermine's probably going like, what?
Well, Hermine is black box. That's why I have the text. This voice next
Yeah.
to me is Hermine, because no one
Yeah.
can see her. But anyway, I don't...
Eric's taking us on a tour of the house tonight. Eric,
Yes.
stay in one place.
PLUStainment Show tour by Eric.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I have to say, Chris is someone that has supported people here. He's reshared, he's commented, he has engaged.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
Fine.
I
I'm telling you from my experience. I'm allowed to say my experience.
Yes, you are. We'll give you that. We'll allow you tonight.
Oh, will you? Thanks. Nice of you. But Chris is, listen, I respect people's opinions. I don't always agree with everyone's opinion, and I think everyone has the right to have an opinion, and everyone has the right to agree or disagree, and that's the world. That's what's great about the internet and some countries. But, you know, at the end of the day, I don't think Chris was trashing Google+. I don't think he was trashing users.
Whatever.
Listen, at the end of the day, is it not a fact that Google+ is still does not have the same level of the numbers that Facebook and Twitter have? It doesn't. And that's basically the bottom line. I'm not
I'd
saying...
like to know where both of those systems were a year into operations. Let's talk about that. I'm really tired of the comparisons that really are...
But that's what people do.
A false comparison, because you're saying, let's compare this that's been established since 2006 and this that's been established since whenever Twitter came onto the waves, you know. Let's compare Google+ that's been around since July, since, you know, the beginning of July last summer. Let's compare it on all levels and see if we can just have an even playing field here. Come on, people. Really? Stop doing this.
I don't think that's entirely fair, and I'll tell you why. I agree with you in essence. Let's see where they are after a couple years. The real challenge is the people that were brought on aren't coming back. They checked it out, saw what it was they needed to see, and said, I'm going back to Facebook. They're not spending...
I'll tell you what,
back.
Hermine.
So that's the real concern.
Hermine, I would like you to go to your Google+ search. And in your Google+ search bar, I would like you to put simply a period, okay? And then do a search on the period. And you'll see how many people are actually sharing and having, you know, this sort of discourse that they're having with Google+, and it's a hell of a lot more people than you or I can even imagine. That stream moves like crazy. And that's the old sort of incoming stream, except without it being people who have circled you, okay? You just put a little period in there, and you know, you have to scroll down about 2 inches into the feed to actually have the feed start building above it, and then start scrolling upwards. You will never reach the top of that.
I don't think anyone's arguing. Nobody.
Well,
None of us are saying that Google+ is empty.
Right.
That's not what we're saying. I'm not saying that. Chris wasn't saying that. Chris is talking about and I know people don't want to talk about numbers, but the idea that he has 1 point whatever million following him, but he really doesn't have that many people following him. That's how many people click the button. They're not following him and his content. They click the button.
Yeah, my only issue is the numbers, because, you know, I have, 19,000 people following me? That number is such shit. It's not a real number.
Daria Must does not have 1 million fans. I'm sorry.
And half of those, or not half, but take how many of those that just followed her because she's a pretty girl, for starters.
Here, that's half a lot.
I look at the names that follow me, and I'm like, these aren't even human. I'll bet you that's why incoming. I'll bet you that's why incoming got taken away, is because the quality of content and what people are doing that were following you is all automated, all porn, and all crap. I think there's truth to it. I should have, realistically, basing it on my Twitter followers, 4,000 people. For more people paying attention to Google Plus because it's the hot new pretty girl in town, all right, I'm going to give it 6,000. That's 6,000 to 19,000 people. I don't believe the numbers mean what you think they mean. I can't.
They don't mean anything. They
Right,
mean
so-
whatever you want them to mean.
Well, you
They're
can't
completely
then go and
malleable.
say 1.1 million people after you're on the suggested user list because I don't think that that's a fair assessment.
A number means nothing. It's the substance of the number that makes the difference. And I'm sorry, I don't have substance. I've got 23,000, give or take a few, people who've decided for some reason they want to see what I put on my profile.
Well,
I'm
what does the
not here
1.1 million
please
have to
them.
do with Chris then?
I'm here to put forth on my profile what is of interest to me. And I would say that I have 200 people who actively engage with whatever it is I'm putting out there on my profile. A number is only a number. It's just like any other data. It happens to be visible to us. It's nothing until it's interpreted with an extreme sort of analysis, with taking a very close look at every single one of those people. You have to look at every single individual and see if their profile is, first of all, being used. What did they post and when did they post it last? You know, how many people are they following? Is it random circle appropriation where they've taken a circle the way you've been doing, Eric?
You guys.
They simply adopt it and then they're not actually paying attention to it?
For the
Who knows?
average user, can someone explain this to me? For the average user, what is sticky about Google+?
What's the average user?
The average
Answer
user.
that first.
Oh, pick one of the 900 million people
Yes.
from...
Yeah, see, I hate to say it, but the average user here has less than 30 people who have circled them.
And vice versa.
Where are you finding those statistics, Hermine?
She keeps statistics.
Because I keep the statistics. Dang, girl, I've been researching this thing since beta.
I know that, but how do you know that the entire 9 million? How many people are on Google Plus now supposedly?
Well, 170 million. So what was it?
170?
So
170 million accounts.
But do you think that those numbers are fudged, though? Because
Yeah,
Google
no,
is basically
that's why I'm
making
trying to
you
say,
get a Google Plus
But
account.
they're fudged on Facebook.
Well, no.
Well, yeah,
They're
but
fudged everywhere.
they're
That's
fudged everywhere,
the thing,
yes.
they're fudged everywhere.
They fudge
Everybody
everywhere.
fudges the numbers.
I will correct it because I was corrected by somebody that I respect about the making everybody into a G+. They can't because of FTC things. After the whole thing with Buzz, they cannot turn every Google user into a G+ user. But they can put up new walls now to force them to become a
They can
new
put
G.
up things where they show you, but they
I
can't
think
convert it.
If you sign up, like right now, if you wanted to sign up for anything, a Gmail account, a YouTube account, anything that uses a Google account, they're going to basically force you now.
Are they though? Are they? How is that what it is? They force you to plus?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think
they're forcing
YouTube
Google Plus
accounts
on you
now are you get a G+ account. It's it's one of those shifty
And you can't be
kinda-
shocked that they're doing that.
That's not.
No, of course not.
You have to upgrade.
Oh,
Okay.
you have to upgrade,
So
okay.
You want to be
I
able
also love how they call it an upgrade,
Let
right?
me
Like
finish.
you're running old
Okay.
stuff.
If you want to be
Don't get mad. Talk.
You want to be able to be verified on your YouTube account and go longer than 15 minutes, have your video going longer. That's part of the upgrade. So there's certain options, and they've been bundled to keep it simple, to get people to go to the other levels and be more engaged with the entire Google community as opposed to just one product. That's not anything but good business. We do that in so many different other sectors and fields that this isn't entirely, I think, off. If you want this aspect, great. You want a little bit more? It comes with this package. Cool. Do you want to get a new satellite in your car? You can't just get that one satellite receiver. You got to buy the bundle. Why? It would behoove you. Why? Because it's going to cost you less money to buy the bundle than it will to just buy that one aspect of it. Okay, got it. Makes sense.
Right. At one time it was you sign into Gmail, you sign into YouTube, you sign into this, and now it's
Yes.
Google account, and everything is in your Google account.
That's exactly it. And it makes it easier for them. It's not a whole multitude of things.
Mm-hmm.
Just a bundle.
I'm exhausted by Google Plus. I'm exhausted by talking about Google Plus. I truly am. I mean,
But, you know, for me...
It's circular.
For me, it's just about the idea that...
Circular.
Yeah, I mean, Google Plus, whatever, but to me, it's more about the relationships. No, not talking about Google Plus, talking about just...
No, sorry, I just caught up to my own sort of use of the word circular.
Oh, well, whatever. I'm not judgmental. I mean, I guess we all are to a degree, but I'm not like... That's the big thing here on Google Plus.
This is my circle right now, I'll tell you.
Circle, two circles, snaps, and a circle, and a snap, and a...
Bitch.
Exactly. I don't know. I just think that, like I said before, that when people are being serious and when they're being jokey and what, like I've seen people be mean to people and then they say they're only kidding and then some. I mean, people's like integrity and relationships. That to me is what is interesting and what's great about any social media and the fact that we could form these different relationships. And it would be nice to. No, like everyone is different and everyone has their own way of doing things, but it would be really nice if, like I mean, sure, anyone could be unpredictable and throw you a curveball, but it'd be nice if, you know, after spending a lot of time with any of you, that I feel like I might not know you in and out, but I feel like I know you to a point where I feel like, oh yeah, Eric's can rant about something that he's mad about or whatever, you know, and Craighton's Ngnomire, and Craighton's gonna defend Chris, and Hermine's gonna be sleeping, or she'll be up and drinking and talking about parents and minors and things that are important to her, and you're gonna talk about art, and you're feisty and cool and Canadian, and you know
Listen, I love Hangouts. I don't do as many as most other people. If I do one a day, maybe one every 2 or 3 days, there are times that I'll go through sort of, you know, a stretch of doing them for, you know, 1 or 2 a day, and then there will be a week when I don't do any at all. It's a very personally generated thing. I don't feel an obligation to be a hangout person. I don't feel that I have to show up every night at 11 p.m. and stay up until 3 in the morning talking to people in a hangout. I don't feel that call. I do feel a responsibility to myself as someone who's researching to continually be putting stuff on my profile because that's where I'm storing what's of interest to me. So it's an interesting kind of, what I think Google Plus allows for, and this is why I appreciate the network so much more than Facebook. And I love my Facebook friends. Do not even think for a second that I don't. I gave up my Facebook account. I ended up going back because I missed my community. This is not my community. So
why did you give that up, by the way?
Because I wanted to fully dedicate my formulation of thinking about Google Plus. I wanted to be absolutely clear on what I was doing for myself, and I do not have the time to be able to be extended across 2 different pursuits. So I gave it up. I was also really fed up with the sort of the substructure and the subtext of incredible manipulation of the individual. I mean, that's all very political with Facebook. Okay, don't trust Zuckerberg as far as I could throw him. So, and I also didn't trust. Now they've gone with their IPO. That makes it very different for me because there are now going to be checks and balances that go on. But there was nothing before. It was run by an individual for himself, had access to all kinds of data about me. I didn't know who he was giving them to analyze. So it's just like a very dodgy set of circumstances, whereas Google Plus for me was transparent. Okay, so I had a great deal of hope. So let me get back to where I was going with this, which is that Google Plus for me is a highly malleable platform. Individuals can do as they choose. They can make it social. They can post limited to their friends. Nobody ever knows what else they're doing. There's all kinds of stuff that are potentials. I love potential. Okay, Google Plus has more potential for me than any other network I've used in all the years that I've been using social networks. So for me, I'm not, as it turns out, I had this sort of, this moment a couple of weeks ago where I realized that I'm using it like a library. Doesn't mean that it's a library for everybody. It means that for me, it's a library. And every now and then, I get to go hang out in the coffee shop with all my cool friends. And Hangouts, to me, the ability to see nuance and gesture extends to the written word. I mean, that's obvious. We all know that. So when I see that, you know, Eric has responded to something that I've written, I can understand that that's Eric speaking to me, okay? And it's not simply a disembodied voice on a page that's expressing something. Hermine and I have built a wonderful friendship. You know, it has a potential to be more than what I've seen previously. And I'd hoped that I would be able to build it into something in terms of the art network. Didn't really happen for me. That's okay.
And I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying about, and I've said it along about the power of Hangouts in the stream and, you know, making your stream more interesting with Hangout people and vice versa. And I know that Eric, he just vanished a little bit, and I know that Eric kind of separates them a little bit, and he's more of a, because he's real hardcore about his content, and so, you know, Hangout.
I feel very lonely over here.
Yeah, you're all the way over there.
Don't feel lonely, Craighton. Come on over to the
I'm here. I had to mute the video.
There's like 3 black boxes over here.
I know, it's a dark room. And actually, I'm kind of, it's almost black on my screen too. But yeah, no, I agree with you. I just think that people are very passionate and they get emotional, and there's no right or wrong answer. There's just feeling and opinion and life.
But you see, this is the thing with the internet in general. We only see what we are putting out, right? We don't truly see, on most social media, we don't truly see what someone else is giving us. We see what we want to take, okay? So I'm seeing a lot more on Google Plus of things that are a broader range of expression. Things that intrigue me beyond what I ever thought I would be interested in pursuing, in terms of, you know, thinking and reading and exchanging and talking and sharing and all the rest of that stuff. Whereas for me, the way that I used Facebook is that it was a very specific network, very specific, which I think is what people are finding on Google+, but I had already had that experience elsewhere. My experience of Facebook was quite different from what I think the average experience is. It's a very strong art network. It centers around one individual, Jerry Saltz, who's the art critic for New York Magazine, and there are, you know, 30,000 people who've gathered in his sort of broader spectrum of discussions. That hasn't happened here at Google+, and I don't know why.
Well, and maybe it will happen, you know? It's still, again, you said it was early, and Amy talked about years, and so...
I don't think that's a good thing for the art thought to be focused on one individual.
I think that Google Plus does focus a lot of, I think that it's like, when you think Google Plus in categories, there are lots of musicians, there are lots of photographers, there are a lot of artists, but it's interesting, like, you know, that there is one that stands out. It's like, all right, photography. It's like, even though we know a lot of photographers, Trey Ratcliffe is the one that seems that will pop up. Thomas Hawker, Trey Ratcliffe, okay. And if you say musicians, Daria will pop up, and then there's, you know, Heather and Ryan and a lot at Suite 709.
But you know,
it's interesting. It's not a lot. It's very specific.
Yeah, and there are others who are popping up.
Yeah.
And you know, it is doing that sort of, you know, this gestation happened over here, and this is now spreading over here.
But it would be nice if the eggs were spread out and they weren't just like, you know, if it was like it was showcasing the entire community and not just like cherry picking a person here and a person there. It's like I saw like this T for 10 page. All right, we found this T for 10 page. I like this T for 10 page.
Yeah, that's really cool.
But he is cool. Lawrence Hubbard, great. But when he made it, he had no intention of. He's like, oh, I just made a page about tea for this girl, no big deal. And then someone, I think Natalie liked it. It's like, oh, I like this page. Let's take this page, and now it's on its Jesse list, and that's great. But like, I mean, there's so much, like, you know, like the idea that who picks what to show people, and, you know, it's like taking a page, and sure, numbers are numbers, we don't know what they mean, but I think it is a little sad when you see a page, if you're new and you're like, oh, this page has 200,000 people, or this page has 1 million followers, and you go and look at the content, you're like, all right, the content's whatever, maybe you like it, maybe you don't, and there's like no comments, so there's not that like.
I set up a new account. My God, do they harangue you?
Right.
Into circling things and adding things, and they practically guilt you. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's lonely. You
Really
don't circle
surprised
anyone.
New users process.
No.
Well, you know, we were all new users when none of this stuff existed.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, Craighton, if you were here at the beginning, but we were all, the rest of us for sure, you know, we were here in field and beta, and there were no directives saying, hey, go
And there
try
shouldn't
that.
need to be that much work and tutorials and manuals for something as simple.
It's not simple for everybody, Eric, though. Is it?
No, really,
Early
I don't.
adopters have a certain kind of initiative to get to the source, right? I mean, I was here because technology and systems and analysis and all that stuff was of interest to me in the beginning, and I wanted to see if I could make it into something for displaying, you know, and disseminating a discussion about art. I mean, I was the front runner, right? And it was up to me to report back to the team and say, is it worthy? And you know, it was a wonderful thing to uncover all that stuff for myself, but I also was driven to do that.
Right, we all were, and that's what's
I think
interesting.
now are not necessarily driven.
And that's what's interesting, right? It was invite only, and I think all of us, most of us, whether if you didn't get an invite, I saw it an invite. I was like, I want an invite. I want to use Plus. I want to try it out. And that's the opposite of what I think a lot of new people or.
Yeah.
So that's,
but as I've said many, many times, first adopters are always the first to leave as well. They're on to the next hot thing. So, and I think it was, I don't know who said about the whole boredom. Eric, I think it was maybe you that said about the boredom thing. You have to worry about attrition more than you have to do about the grand announcement.
And sometimes the stream and the hangouts, depending on who you're hanging out with, can be reruns. They really can. And I remember early. And I'm not just saying because I'm funny or a film guy, but you know, months ago I had a couple of hangouts. I'm like, wait, this feels like a rerun. This feels like what's being said. We had this hangout. I stayed up till 6 in the morning.
Before.
Yeah, we all. Yeah, exactly, in different ways. Sure. Right. Except you didn't have the voice next to me was Hermine Ngnomire, but that was new. But you know.
Maybe they did.
And we're live. No, I don't.
No,
I doubt it.
Awake in that one. That's right. Okay, go ahead.
But yeah, I think that's where boredom can come in.
Hermine, do you think there will come a point for you where you'll either hold it or fold it?
Oh, absolutely.
Eric?
You never fold it. You fade.
Really?
Yeah, my MySpace account is 8 years old. It's kind of awesome. I never use it, but it's nice to have an 8-year-old account someplace.
Okay, that's so close to a fold. It's like, okay, whatever, but yeah, all right.
What?
What's the point of taking the trouble to go and to delete your account somewhere?
I'm not a person to delete things, and I'm not a person to proclaim that I'm deleting or moving or anything like that.
Oh, you totally will proclaim. You'll come into a hangout and say,
nope, absolutely not. I am not and never have been. Most of those really it's people like the Scobles of the world. They're like, I am now no longer blogging here. I am moving it all over to Google+. Kevin Rose did that shit. They did it with Pounce. They did it with all of these services.
It's all bull.
I don't proclaim. If anything, I fade away. And
But you then go over to wherever you've gone next and bitch about what you've left behind?
Nope.
No, what he does do, I think, is that he talks about what the sites that he loves. He talks about his love of Pinterest and how.
If anything, I'll talk about, look, this is how this was used, and they did it here. You know, it comes up with Pinterest. It comes up with Pinterest all the time because I use that thing for a year while everyone else just discovered it and is all,
Yeah, I know. I was sent an invitation, and I went over and took a look and said, no, not for me. And I went to Tumblr instead. And then I didn't like Tumblr. So Google for me was like Tumblr.
We need a Tumblr Postgres solution for social networks where everybody was all up in movable type, typepad, WordPress, Blogger, and then finally Tumblr and Postgres showed up, and it's like, yeah, you know what? Here's a form field and a button. Have a great day. And people are like, what? You can't do that. You took away all the functionality. And they're like, yeah. And then boom. We need that for social. Cut all of this nonsense away.
Seriously agree.
Like Path. No public. No links. Friends, and then here's your tools. Have a great day. It cuts down on the posturing and grandstanding. Look how sexy I am. Look at all the information I'm sharing, even though I can't form an original thought. I'm only posting other people. We all do it.
Seriously.
And that's it. Friend, yes, no.
You know what? It's nice. It's really nice when your stuff gets reshared and all that stuff to a point, but it's like, all right, 2 reshares, 1,000 reshares, fine, but it's like, at the end of the day, it's like the conversation that happens in the comments, you know, is the interesting.
But we were getting away from that with blogs because there was too much fighting and too much spamming, and then eventually everybody left blogs to go to social networks and waste time all day there, and blogging tanked unless you were part of a group blog or something. And so it's now like kind of like, oh, I just want to go back to having a blog, turning off comments. You can all reshare it, and you know, I will be a content producer and not an interactor, because two people are too busy working the cocktail party instead of doing work.
Okay.
What were you going to say, Hermine?
Still have not answered my question. What keeps the average user here?
The average user is on Google+.
Yeah.
How do we determine that?
That's the fundamental problem. They're not here, you guys. People come here, they try, and they leave.
Well, they need
They
their
get lured in for whatever reason. They don't get their comments, or they don't get the engagement, and they go back to Facebook. They go back
Well, they have to understand that there are different ways that the audience is going to engage with every individual. For example, I know that my audience comments. They don't +1. You know, friends that I've made over the past year will +1, but people comment, and they rarely reshare. That's my audience. That's the only thing that I can tell you. The only thing I can be sure with my audience.
Hermine, can you raise your audio?
People stay. Think about the socialization of people. What they experience in their real life, they want a human connection. They want to connect. The coolest thing about Facebook, when you came in there was already like 30, 40 other people that you wanted to reconnect with.
That you knew.
Yes.
I think the hard thing, and people say this, you know, it's like when people call Apple a walled garden. It's like some people say it as a negative, and others are like, that's the positive. I think a similar model here. But you get to meet all these people you don't know. Who the hell wants to do that?
Right, people don't.
Nobody wants to meet unless you're dating.
The average person does not.
No.
I don't know
and Google, even Natalie Villalobos at the beginning, Google employees, they were uncomfortable. You could tell when Natalie was first hanging out back in July, she was like weird, like she didn't really want to talk or open up, and she's like, I'm not going to be here too long. Like there was that sense of like dirtiness or like uncomfortable being among strangers because it's never been done before.
And
well, don't you think there's a lot of spectrum people who show up on, I'm not saying Natalie's spectrum in any way, but don't you think there are a lot of people who are on the spectrum who are the ones who are the first adopters as well? Of technology?
There's very few of those. I'm sorry. You guys are exceptions. Exceptional exceptions.
Well, yeah, but still, those people make a lot of noise. What I do know is that the cost of transferring over to a service is not easy. You have to take an entire social graph. You have to sell me and 50 of my friends at the same time.
Right.
Yeah,
See, I came here without anybody, and I couldn't sell anybody on this. I tried, and it just
and people really were when MySpace was big and it was popular, and Facebook came along, and the same thing when Friendster and MySpace, it was the same thing. People were like, I don't want to go to MySpace. I'm on Friendster. I don't go to Facebook. I'm on MySpace. And there was that same struggle.
MySpace, Facebook did not grow from MySpace people. Where they grew was from colleges, universities, those sort of ties.
I'm talking about the people that were no longer in college that were like in their mid-20s after college on MySpace.
They hated it when the grown-ups showed up.
They brought a foundation. Of strong and who is going to be the future. And those people carried through for Facebook like no other. This .eus is what
when Facebook came along, MySpace was the powerhouse.
But MySpace was also considered a ghetto, and Facebook was for the
not at the beginning of it.
No, not at the beginning, no.
The
.eus
were the bomb. We don't have the .edus on Google Plus that I can see.
Yeah, but then everybody's going to post their drunk frat house pictures and post about the Kardashians, and then everyone's going to bitch about that too.
No, I can't turn. Amy, can you turn your volume up?
I'm not saying literally the .edus. What I'm saying is a foundation of people that represent something that's almost aspirational that you want to be a part of. That the average American wants to be a part of. That the average citizen wants to be a part of. Forget American.
I don't want to be a Kardashian. Are you kidding me?
Technology.
Canadian. Knock it off. I don't want to be a Kardashian.
Canada's in America. What?
You know what? Actually, you know, if you take a look at statistics on circle count, Canada has not been much of an adopter of Google+. They're pretty entrenched in Facebook.
Most people are.
Yeah.
I think everyone's entrenched in Facebook.
Well, that's where everybody is.
Except for in Brazil, I think it's all cut. Okay.
No, they're saying, actually, we're talking to Ciliani, who's down there, and she said it was Orchid, but people pretty much have finally branched onto Facebook. So.
Has anybody studied Orchid and understood why Orchid became a hit in Brazil and Indonesia, but nowhere else?
Well, isn't that because that's what they didn't have access to Facebook then? Maybe. I heard something.
I mean, it's so forgotten. It's like, what if this place gets overrun and becomes the Middle Eastern social network?
I mean, I hit the public button or whatever, and it becomes overrun. So.
And I don't say that it's a negative thing. I mean, it's just simply sheer numbers game.
I believe certain countries have stronger familial ties and just stronger cultural ties, things that bind them, that social networks that are kind of first there and penetrate, oh gosh, not the best word choice, are going to be beneficial and strong. I think I don't want to compare them to like M time and P time or some of those different aspects of sociology, psychology, but when I look at India, I look at Brazil, I look at some of those very strong family cultures. That's all. And I wonder if how they were built or how they were created in that infrastructure, if it worked really well. We're not strong there.
Just link us an article.
I just linked you an article from Search Engine Journal, and it talks about why Orchid is so popular in Brazil. And basically what they're explaining out is that they're community-oriented, and MySpace or Friendster or stuff like that really couldn't do that the way that Orchid does. That's my...
And it also says that Orchid is easier to pronounce in Portuguese, which that's the number 2 reason, which is interesting.
Yeah, it lists off, I think, 10, 11 reasons of why.
It sounds like yogurt. That's great.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't explain why it didn't become popular in Portugal.
Right. Why Brazil?
I still think it's a community thing.
Well, it's still that Latino culture, but would we notice? Portuguese, what's Portugal's population? It's not anywhere near Brazil.
Right. Well, of course, Orchid's color scheme is the same as Brazilians' World Cup teams, away jerseys, and there's not a lot of advertising.
And Indonesians also took up on it, too. Orchid's actually pretty clean. I think Orchid and MySpace are 2 of the cleanest social networks out there, and Path.
Yeah,
I'd love to see Path on the web.
What?
Design and layout.
Yeah, it's easy to see and use, and there's no ads, really.
I actually think that was the smartest thing that Path did, and where Google could have actually done with social is said, we're not even putting it online. We're only making it available through your mobile. That would have been groundbreaking.
Google?
Yeah.
How could they do it?
I don't know.
It wasn't going to fly because the data plan cost too much.
But why would people, but they wouldn't they would have less of an audience.
I forgot I had the unlimited data plan. Back at the time when they were my belief when they were talking about this, instead of testing it internally, everybody had the unlimited data plan back then.
Well, now, everything's changing. Everything has changed in the past year. I've seen my own long-term internet provider. Now they have limited data plans, and they just change it.
Yeah, they slow you down for sure too. The unlimited people.
Yeah.
Which is going to be a problem, as everything is a very always on. I mean, we're all streaming now at the house. We finally got rid of satellite TV, and we got a Roku box, there's Hulu and Netflix, and yeah, nothing. That's that kind of culture is a big deal.
Yeah.
Hey, Craighton, go ahead and post that link in the conversation, whether it's on the stream for people to see.
All right.
I think I'm actually reaching a point of technological exhaustion. Technology is exhausting me.
Well, a lot of this technology is built by those that like to fiddle.
Yeah, and the fiddle is not always necessarily the best instrument to have in an orchestra, right? So, yeah.
That's funny.
But I think the frustrating thing for a lot of us too, or at least I know for me, is like you see things on, say, Google Plus, and you're like, if they just did this or they just did that, even from my own experience, to make it quicker, to make it easier, to make it more social, more like there's a lot of things where you're like, I want to do this, but to do this I have to go over here, and then I have to switch here, and then I have to go find the post, and then you're like, instead of just hitting a button and doing, like there are multiple steps that don't need to be there, and I think that is frustrating.
In some ways we're demanding simplicity where simplicity is no longer going to be an inherent part of the structure. We want it to be simple, and we are given so many options.
That's exactly
we can't actually deal with all the options, so we complain about the options instead of understanding that they are additional things that you have to learn how to navigate. You have to add these in to the menu you're already comfortable with, which is being delivered stuff. We're used to having a system that simply exists, and we walk in and we sit down on the right chair and we push the right button and everything makes sense. Now the logic is no longer as complete. It's no longer self-contained. So you can actually manipulate so much more, and because there is this possibility to manipulate more, you become aware of the flaws of your own process of learning how to use those and how to manipulate them in a sort of way that's expedient instead of making it, it's not expedient. You have to do A, B, C, D. But look at what comes out as a result of that. Look at what you actually accomplish as a result of knowing how to use all those steps. But people would rather just say, okay, now that I know that can be done, give me one button so I can do it.
No, PE, this is the challenge that I have with Google or any social network at this point. It's like a car, okay? What we've been designed, or what we've been given is a car. At the end of the day, there's 10 things, maybe 15, that I need to do in a car on a fairly consistent basis. There's 2 or 3 I need to do in case of an emergency. The other 93 million, I don't care unless I'm a mechanic. And even as a mechanic, I might be specialized in that I only need to know 5,000, okay? Where I'm frustrated right now is that this car has been built inside out. And people give me engine components. They give me the whole damn brake system. They've given me the air conditioning and the spark plugs and the, guess what? All I care about is pressing the gas, rolling up some windows.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Well, I thought I was saying that.
And what keeps happening is, no, let me finish, because this is an important topic. You have these super technical people who want to keep building shit in that the rest of us will never give a flying you-know-what about. And it's stuff like, I wish that we had 80 applications that did these 5,000 things. I don't care. I wish that I was able to share to these 18 million people and see ripples and da-da-da. I don't care. I want 3 things that work well in a social network. I want to be able to write, I want to be able to share, and I want to be able to connect. The rest of it, for me, is some other gravy if I choose to learn it.
That's exactly right. I mean, Hermine, Just look at this Hangout that we're in right now, okay? We have the ability to have a conversation face-to-face. In addition, we have a chat that we can use over here, and people are putting links in the chat so I can go off the screen and, you know, be multitasking, doing two different things, watching something and trying to have a conversation with you at the same time. And if I feel like it, I can then share my screen with you. I can add Google effects. I can switch us all over to YouTube. I can add a Google Doc. I can develop an app and add it in myself.
You can invite
and
people.
I can take a picture and show you.
But what's frustrating is they never said, what type of user are you? You're the general user? You don't ever need to see these under 90,000 components.
You're talking about customization, and they don't like that.
You know what, Hermine? That's a very interesting thing that you just said right there. Absolutely, this is the A game user, and this is the B game user, and let's have a division of, you know, priorities of what you will see as being accessible.
There you go, and that's what I actually asked, because if I marketed my clients' products the way this stuff comes at me, I'd be fired faster than white on rice.
You wouldn't be able to get
it. Too much information for some people.
Yes, it's too much.
You know, and I've said that too. I've said, you know, make this a graduated information system so that when people come in, they have the ability to do a simple hangout. After they've done 10 and they've got to capture, you know, they've figured out how to do a simple hangout, then give them 5 more things, and then give them 5 more things. Instead of giving like the whole shebang,
based on us.
Okay, we talk about menu exhaustion. When we go into a restaurant and there's too many choices, what do? You say, you know, what's good today? You don't actually look at the menu. So stop giving people the menu.
Let's put a pause there for a second just to introduce Matt.
One more thing. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because Matt just popped in. I don't want to feel like he's ignored. And then you can continue your thought. Eric, do the voice.
I don't want to interrupt this nice heated debate.
No, I want Eric to do the voice.
Put the gloves on.
Oh. It's the top of the hour, 10 o'clock on the West Coast. Welcome to Matthew Ryan.
Thank you,
I feel welcome.
Here's my last point.
Yes.
Based on how much data Google has about me, they should know here are the 3 or 4 things she's going to be interested in. She is a communicator. She's an extrovert. She talks with her hands. She's going to love Hangouts. She is in marketing and advertising. She is going to love being long-winded. And whatever the heck it is. That's it. Don't talk to her about technology. Don't talk to her about infrastructure. Don't show her stupid, silly faces.
Yeah. And, you know, you're beginning to sound like, I think you have your throat exhaustion starting to show through. You're starting to sound like a chipmunk on speed.
I know. I'll stop.
I feel so badly for you.
Christmas time.
Oh, you can't sing that song. Oh, stop. You're going to ruin me. Ruin me. No,
Warner Music Group is coming after you next, buddy. We're getting you, Rappaport.
Oh, Derek, I hate you.
I made a request. It's over anyway. Stop it, Eric. It's over.
You guys see how many toolbars and nav bars there are in Google+. Look at this on air right now or Hangout.
There's a lot of apps.
8 different apps, 2 different nav bars. This is crazy. I said.
You know what? I never read chat.
Yes,
if you want my attention in chat, you better say, hey, Lane, go and read the thing I just wrote.
Here's what I asked him to do.
I'm glad you didn't read it because we were saying something.
Wait, hold on. Here's what I asked him to do. Make it.
I'm even just.
Let me finish.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Okay, sorry.
Your mic's low.
The 4 men are like, we'll just
sit back. It's not my mic. It's my voice. I asked him, put a heat tracker. Look at where I hover. Those are the only things that are important to me. Everything else, I don't give a shit about.
And then at the end of the day, it's priority for them. And we don't know what their priorities are. It's certainly not what our priorities are.
I can tell you, if I'm a company making money today, my clients' priorities are my priorities.
I can already tell you, you know what, I don't have to come in and hang out, okay? I can see by Craighton and the way that he's looking at what he's got over there that he has 2 screens. This is obviously someone who's into technology and he's exploring 2 different things. He's multitasking, okay? I'm looking in one direction and that's at my little laptop and I'm talking to whomever I'm speaking with here. And when Eric is on, half the time he's got like some gizmo here and something else here. He's looking at technology as well. It's clear that I'm not a techno puppy. Even though I love technology, when it comes to communication, I want it to be seamless. I don't want to have all the crap. I'll leave that to the people who want it.
And things should be easier to do. It shouldn't have to be. If you are, like again, and I use this example, if I'm in my stream and I come across a post, I'm like, you know what? I don't want to share that post myself, but that would be great for X page that I have. And instead of being able to do that right then and there, possibly, even with all the rules about circling and not circling, I'd have to go to my page and then figure out how to get back to that post that I saw, open a new tab, change it, and there's a lot of work involved.
But you know what?
To share one thing.
Stop complaining. I'll tell you why.
Not complaining.
You elected to take on the responsibility of a page.
No, that's not okay. But I'm not. That's not my point. I'm not complaining.
But
I'm
it is
saying,
part of the point. Do you know what I mean? It is part of the point. You have another option that's open to you, and you've elected to open that door and walk through, and now you're complaining that it's too hard for you to take other things with
no,
you.
you're missing. No, not at all. I can do that, but I'm saying Google would have even more. Like those things, little things. If Google did those things, there would be even more content and more interaction, and people would even use pages more. If they're like, oh, you mean I could just click on here and say post with that instead of going all the way? This is not for me. It's for the betterment of all of Google. I think that people would use them more, or at least, no, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, I don't think so. I don't think everybody wants to do more. I think some people want to actually do
I agree.
less.
Most people want to do less.
But I'm talking about of the active people.
I'm active.
About you'd have more.
You want to do less? Okay.
Yes.
Matt,
I
you
want to
would
do
have more
less.
active people if you got to do less. Yes. People don't want to do all that.
I want to do what I want to do for me. I'm tired of doing it.
Less is
for
more.
the betterment of Google.
Right.
Okay, I'm just.
But I'm kind of saying it is less, but maybe not.
No.
How many pages do you have, Matthew?
What does that matter? A lot. 30.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, less is more. Exactly what Hermine just wrote.
Yeah, but less is more is very general.
An architectural aphorism. I mean, less is more.
I'm totally surfing Sokol, Facebook, Twitter, and G+ while we're having this
Less is
conversation.
more!
Just because you have two
You know.
screens, and I know you do.
But actually, it's just going through, clicking like a few times, replying to somebody. Exact same behavior
but
on
you're
all
looking over
platforms.
here and you're talking here.
No, but
it's
everybody,
actually all in the same tab.
and we're all different. Everybody's different, and I get
But
that.
the
Right.
process is the same. This is why I argue about, look, there's no difference. A place where you can post things, people have space to comment, and then they can do a positive affirmation in the form of an amen. Can I get an amen? Can I get a +1? Can I get a like? There's no opposite of can I get an amen.
Hallelujah!
Go to hell. Sorry.
Right.
Preach
And
on.
the behavior is the same on all of the sites. And people are posting about the same shit. The eclipse. Ooh.
It's always
What
whatever.
happened to the magical force field that makes the
Whatever's
Facebook
new.
people different than the G+ people? Nothing. Till the
Hey,
solar.
since I only have what I have half an hour, can I? Hey
What?
Matt, welcome. Feel free to get in a couple of words edgewise. I see that Pirillo is watching you from behind, so
Oh, he is?
yeah, he's.
That's weird. I'm in Texas and he's in Seattle.
I just meant the picture. Okay.
Oh, that. Well, I
Yeah.
work for Lockergnome, so that's why he's...
Yeah, no, I know.
I got it.
Oh.
My funny was. Okay, no.
I have to share this real
I
quick.
caught the eye roll. I mean no harm to anyone.
No, we didn't.
Check out this picture of the eclipse tonight from Roswell, New Mexico.
Roswell.
Oh, you know what? I don't want to see another picture of the eclipse. If I wanted to see it, I'd go look for it.
That was my first picture.
You can tell it's
I
from
was
Roswell
lucky to
'cause it's a
see it
spaceship.
because I'm up here in Cloudville, but that one's pretty awesome.
So Matt Ryan, Lockergnome,
Yes.
talk to us.
I'm
I
gonna
think
put.
Matt and Craighton should just talk to each other, and I'm going to shut up now. I'm done.
I'm gonna show you an eclipse photo with Chris Pirillo's face in the middle of it. Will that make you good?
Ouch.
You ass.
I'm sensing some hostility. I'm
No,
really
it's
a
not
nice guy,
hostility.
honest.
No, we know you're nice.
No,
Like-
not at all. Not at all.
I'm just a tech blogger. That's all.
What? Don't belittle that.
No, I'm not going to belittle being a tech blogger. It's the love of my life. It's my
Okay.
passion. That and broadcasting. I think that I guess the conversation as I've picked up thus far is about how to make Google Plus better for a wider number of people. And I think my 2 cents would be Google Plus is not intended for the social media manager. It's not intended for anyone that works with business, really. Let's be honest here. It's intended for Google to get advertising information from as many people as possible in as many ways as possible. So if we're expecting Google to make life easier for the social media technologist that's working for X number of companies, we're going to be waiting a long time. What Google wants to do is make it really easy for you to tell Google every single thing about you. Who you hang out with, where you go, what photos you're interested in, what content you like and don't like, and it'll wrap ads around that. That's what Google Plus is about at its core.
Right.
And
where have I heard this before?
Yes.
Where can I sit down and post stuff and interact with people that I know?
Wait, is it just me, or is not the easiest way for us to tell Google all of our shit by making an environment that's easy for us to tell Google all of its shit, our shit?
No, we live in the era where you have to make a ridiculous amount of noise. Feedback?
Yes.
Are you kidding? No. Get out there and scream. Get on TV and say, the place kind of sucks, and look what happens.
Every
Look what happens.
click you make within the network, within the framework of Google Plus, means something somewhere.
No, it's like they told us on Twitter in 2007, you only have 140 characters, to which we said, fuck you, we'll just take 20 more tweets to get our point across. I don't care what your rules are, Mr. Company. That's not how we use your service. You do not get to dictate how your users use your service, perceive it, call it, categorize it, or anything. If people want to start using Google Plus for furry porn, and yeah, you block it, that's great, but guess what? Everyone's going to be using it, and nobody can keep up with it. Guess what? Google Plus is the furry capital of the world. Nothing
and that's what Google wants. They want you to post your furry porn and all that because they want to find out that you're into furry porn, so that their furry porn AdSense
Can
company,
make money.
can
Make a lot of dough.
Advocate for furry porn.
I don't know. I've been on the advertising side of it, and I don't see that yet. I don't know that it's... I'm going to leave alone.
So, Matt, would you say that Google doesn't care about their user, just about their user's data?
I think it cares about the user because it wants the user to give more data to it. Like if Facebook sucked out of the gates and it continued to suck and suck and suck and suck, then Facebook would not have the user base it has today and the advertising revenue that it has.
But do people not use Facebook because their friends are there and not necessarily because it's good?
Oh, see, that's the big thing. That's the whole point of the Google graveyard debate is Facebook is everyone else. Google Plus is everyone that knows what they're doing, in my opinion. And I'm taking what Chris said and I'll put it on its head. I think Google Plus's user base is extremely active. It's almost like a Linux community. Everyone really, really has a vested interest in seeing this succeed because it is different than
But
Facebook.
nobody wants to learn Linux.
Right, nobody wants to learn Linux, and that's why Grandma's going to stay on Facebook and not come here because
That's why Grandma's going to buy a Linux machine at Costco and Walmart.
Yeah.
They're going to buy you, go into a box.
Do not underestimate Grandma, okay?
Not all Grandma.
I know that. It's stereotypical. So what happens in a year when the masses finally do trickle in? And it's exactly the same shit that it was last year. We've gone through this cycle so many times, the masses are going to be here.
Ashton Kutcher gets involved.
When Ashton Kutcher's on CNN betting whoever the head anchor at the time is that he can get 1 billion people to circle him before they can, then it will matter. Then Google Plus will have hit that pinnacle. But at this point, it's still growing. It's still a baby. It took Facebook a long time to get where it is today. Give Google Plus time, and it will get there. But for right now, early adopters are where it's at on Google.
I have not heard so much anger towards a product this early in the game.
What I appreciate about Google Plus, and it's a very important thing for me, is that they are completely transparent about their data aggregation. Okay, they are completely transparent.
Whoop-de-fucking-do.
It was important, Eric. Stop and think about it. It was an important
Everybody bitches about privacy. Less than 10%
I'm not
I
bitching
think
about
they found does
privacy.
anything about it.
Exact
Nobody
opposite.
gives a shit about it.
You know what? A lot of people think they...
A lot of people say they
For a
do.
reason, it's meaningless. You know that?
There's like
and I know
4 of
that,
us that
okay?
care.
You and I both know, as do many other people, that privacy is a complete and total charade. It does not happen on the internet. Forget it.
People think it does.
Well, it doesn't happen.
Everybody, they have your
I'm
idea.
here to tell you, people, it doesn't happen. So, the reason I was disillusioned with Facebook is that the terms of service shifted so many times from the initial period of time when I joined in 2007 to the time that I made my decision to leave, that it was just like, what else is going to be thrown at me tomorrow that's going to shift the paradigm? Google Plus has made the paradigm absolutely transparent from the very beginning. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I have a hard time in my core believing the transparency from Google, and that's only because of my experiences with Google personally.
No, yeah, you guys, you can't believe it.
So what do you think is going on
that company is in everything you do, and they are in I mean, they are in your documents, they're in your email, they're reading your email and basing ads off of it.
Absolutely.
Now they're in your social life and your private messages.
Absolutely.
Google wants your info, and let me tell you something, in 1984, that would have been taken completely differently than it is today.
Right.
I mean, if, for example, I wanted to dominate the world, I would find out how to get as much information on everyone in the world as possible. Google has figured out how to do that by giving people free tools.
And
for
Google
that,
Project
they can profit
Glass.
off of you. They'll profit off you, your children, your dogs if you have profiles. It's amazing.
Skynet.
Whoever
No,
ended
I'm
up,
not
like,
worried
when
about
did
Skynet.
Gmail first come into the, when did Gmail first become available? What,
2005?
4 or 5?
Worry about Skynet.
Remember the uproar? Oh my God, they must be scanning my email because there's an advertisement that shows up and it relates to what I just wrote in the email. I can remember people being horrified. Guess what? I came to Google Plus expecting more of the same on an even deeper level. I fully expect that they're down in my laundry room checking my lingerie right now. You know what I mean?
That's just me.
Phase 3
No.
has not
I mean, they know who I bought
Phase
stuff.
3. Sounds like a bad Austin Powers movie.
Phase
Begin Phase 3, Mr. Pirillo's
But they know who I purchase things from. They know what I buy. They know what size I wear. You know, they know all kinds of stuff about me.
Okay.
And I don't care.
What were we going to say, Matt?
You know what I really like about Google Plus is circles. And the reason is because if I don't want to share something with Craighton, I just leave Craighton out of a circle and I share it with everyone but Craighton. And I like that. I really, really like that. I like the ability, not necessarily to exclude people, but I like the ability to say, you know what, this is only interesting to people in my photography circle. I will only share it with
that's
them.
what you think. But yeah.
Everyone that follows me doesn't need to see every cute kitty cat photo, but the people in my kitty cat photo circle do. So I like that. I like that ability to create subgroups within groups and all.
You like
that.
etiquette.
I love the etiquette. I love the fact that I can be kind to my neighbor and not share something that a million people have already shared, unless it's with a focus group of people I know don't check that site every day. You know, I mean, it's just something I really like.
So are you like really against posting? You're really against posting every single solitary thing thought to the public.
Oh, if you look at my stream, I've probably made 40, 50 posts, and I've been here since day one. I mean, it's
So you
ridiculous
look like one of
how
those
little I share.
graveyard people then.
I'm sorry?
You look like one of those graveyard folks from over where I sit then.
The graveyard.
You see, I post everything public.
I'm not a graveyard folk just because I don't want to. For example, I work with Lockergnome. We write a lot of articles. Our community shares those articles like crazy. The one thing I can't stand is the fact that my own community floods me with my own content. So why would I want to add to that and flood them with something they already know about? That's my own thing. I'm not saying graveyard. I think I love Google Plus more than any other social network. I think it's great. The people I've talked to, the people I've met, this Hangout even is an example of why Facebook will probably be a miserable failure in 5 years, and Google Plus will probably still be around. That's my prediction.
They've got Mohammed Mansour over there writing programs for him now. So
I think apps will be the downfall.
Apps? Hangout apps?
No,
yeah.
Because Facebook is starting to resemble the dumping ground of things like Buzz and FriendFeed, and I think this is what they have to wrestle with the API here. What is most of the stuff that I actually see? It's stuff from every other app on the planet, from Instagram to Farmville,
Facebook,
Pinterest to everything else.
That's what keeps Facebook alive, I think, is the
Yeah.
API. It's because everything's automatically shared there. I don't check my uploads on Facebook, but I make 12 a day. I never. I mean, that's what keeps Facebook around, honestly, is the API. And the fact that Google Plus doesn't have a robust API yet, it speaks volumes for the fact that there's anyone on there at all.
But they've had problems with that in the past where everybody who, you got an early adopter crowd, they will immediately pipe in all of their bullshit, like Buzz and Friend Feed.
Right, and that's hard to do here.
Well, right, but when they open up the API, I think they want people to start here and post outward, not have it the other way around. But the other thing is the API is going to reveal the truth about what's going on in private. That can't be measured by people like RJ Metrics.
That's
and
exactly right. So, yes.
I suspect there's truth to the ghost town thing by the numbers, but they're not going to let that out.
But you see, Matt is admitting that he doesn't post publicly, so he becomes part of that paradigm of the graveyard, because apparently he's made 40 or 50 posts in the same number of weeks,
no,
right?
I didn't say I don't post publicly. I just don't post everything publicly. Like, I'm a writer. I don't post my articles for everyone unless I think that article needs to be shared.
But this is not about you personally. Listen to what I'm saying, which is that if Joe Blow comes along and sees what you're posting, and there are 40 or 50 posts over the period of the same number of weeks, they aren't going to look at what you are actually doing in behind that closed wall. They're simply looking at your closed wall. And how many other people are doing that? There are very few who are posting publicly all the time on Google+. I'm one of them. I would say that, you know, anybody who has managed to accumulate anything over 15,000 followers, generally because they're posting publicly and they're getting that international audience that shows up between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. that is looking for something, right?
By the way, the social thing that Microsoft came out with is just getting torn up, of course, and torn up on Twitter. But the comparisons between Twitter or between G+ and social are rising, and a very typical and rather harsh thing is social versus G+. It's like watching two cripples fight. I'm like, oh.
I went on social today and it scared the crap out of me, and here's why. The first post I saw, the most popular post in my stream, was Amanda Blaine searched "Hello World." And I have nothing wrong with Amanda Blaine, but I don't. If I were my mother on the site, I would be instantly worried that everything I search is going to appear on my stream. I tried to look for their privacy settings, and their privacy settings are delete your history or delete your account. And that blew me away.
Right. And there are a lot of people that like that search thing.
Everything into the public. Google's going to do this too.
Well,
don't want everyone knowing what I search for at 3 a.m. Okay.
Leo freaked out today because he saw his address in search results, and he's like, what? And it's like it wasn't available to certain people, and you forget about that. Like, I freaked out. I saw my phone numbers and everything. I'm like, oh, well, yeah,
it's limited though, right?
Yeah, it took me a while to figure it out. That's going to freak out. That's like OpenID, the worst product name ever for something to try and sell to an average person. Open and ID in the same sentence? Are you daft? The same thing, somebody's going to search something, and even though it's, yes, private and only visible to you, they're not going to think that.
Do we need more obvious markers? More obvious is like...
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah.
Google
this is only being seen by you.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean dark gray on gray. That means a different freaking color on gray.
And that was my argument.
There's an app for that.
That was my argument about, like, when you see limited or whatever, everyone's like, oh, you can just click on it and see. But what about when you click on it, it says, like, 100 more, 10... 100 and 100 more. You can't see all those people.
All of the Skynet read your email shit will come back if one normal person sees their own data in a search result and think it's on the internet.
Oh, it's already there. I mean, I can name out some websites where it says, you know, the government's controlling Google and they're putting all your stuff out there. I mean,
if you
trust me, it's already there.
Information is clearly out there. Nobody thinks about that, but it is, right? But the point is there's much more of a direct association to, I just did something and this is what I got back. Oh my God, I'm not touching that. At least Facebook's evilness you can't feel directly.
Facebook, man, that's a one-man show. Facebook, honestly. Yeah. If Zuckerberg ever left that company, it would fold in a day. That's my own personal take. Is
Why would
Facebook is Zuckerberg saying this would be cool, we're doing it, everyone wants it, and they know it, and they'll find out in a year that I'm right. That's what Facebook is.
I bet Zuckerberg already planned his last action is to poke his wife. This is the last thing he'll do on this planet. Will be
probably
poke
it.
On his wife.
Oh, we lost Craighton.
I'm still thinking Amazon is keeping their eye out on this whole thing, watching Google and Facebook and Microsoft go at it. Amazon could be the next great social network. Pinterest might be ready for a pivot and sneak up on everybody.
I can't stand Pinterest.
No, but Pinterest has a model that all social
we don't have a lot of time left.
Forget what's on Pinterest and forget that it's visual. If they added text, the infrastructure of categories, now I can subscribe to only your cat content because I don't care about your tech content, is a model that everyone needs to strip out the bullshit that we don't want to see without affecting your ability to post whatever the hell you want. There's only like 2 sites I can think of on the internet that does it. Pinterest does have the ability to flip real quickly and change its entire model and then get everybody because they add text in addition to visual, because now they're building a search engine backwards. So you don't have to like it today. Besides, it's not even how the site was created in the first place.
People didn't like Twitter for a long time, and a lot of those people love it now. So whatever.
Eric, are you a broadcaster?
As in
Broadcaster,
HOA,
content producer,
robot?
broadcaster, or like pro radio?
No, I mean as in content broadcaster.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So don't ever call yourself a curator again, okay? Thanks.
Oh, he curates.
The only reason why now, when I make content, yes, but I don't know what it's called when I pull together a whole bunch of links and present them to you as a package. What is that?
Aggregating? I think it's aggregating of some kind.
That's aggregator. You're a content aggregator.
You're Matt Drudge. That's who you are, right there.
You have no interest in the future of what you're putting out there. And you haven't mined every detail on every single thing that you've put out there.
I mean, it says pure preservation. Like, curation's got the
How about
preservation.
organizer? How about you organize and you're...
Cultivate.
Yes.
Cultivator? Well, I'm a rake.
Cultivating, but who's he cultivating? His
Assistant
audience or
PLUStainment Show.
I mean, I know what curation is. I don't know what better term to say is, look, do you want augmented reality information? Let me put together a package for you. And I'm going to go out and give you all the real stuff. And trust me, it's not going to have that stupid-ass Google eyeglasses crap in it. I'm going to give you the real deal, and I'm going to find all these links and all these photos and all these videos, and I'm going to give you this package. I am somewhat...
How about if you call yourself a researcher?
I mean, yeah, I guess, but what's the end product? It's a term that has started to emerge. I don't know what else to call that. Researcher sounds kind of pretentious. I refuse to call myself.
Oh, but curator doesn't?
No.
Probably because it's been used so much. No, it doesn't.
No.
Interesting.
I mean, I don't know what else to call it. I know that it is called curation.
Yeah.
All right, well...
And trust me, I know. You know, they ruined the word hacker.
Who's there?
All I can say is just reading as many comment threads as I have in the last few years, I don't think semantics are important to anyone but the people that live and base their businesses off of them.
That's right, which as I said, I was a paid curator in real life, so it bugs the hell out of me.
You know what bugs me is people that don't know the difference between your and your.
Or the people that care.
Right.
But people do make typos. It happens.
Missing an apostrophe in an E is not a typo.
No, that is just not.
That's just stupid.
Or there, and there.
Just when I use a dangling participle when I'm speaking, so yeah.
Listen, everybody makes mistakes, but yeah, I agree. If someone's doing it over and over again. But yeah, so I don't think we have much more than 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes. I don't have a countdown. Although it's interesting, this is the first time since the limit that I've gone this long in a Hangout on Air, and I got the message at an hour, and I got the message at half an hour. And so about my broadcast being over. Is there like
Kitchen Stadium?
6 seconds hold it out to the end.
We're going all the way like Seinfeld with the gas. We're gonna go all the way.
We're going to take this to the end. We're just going to keep talking.
Well, I'm going to say good night now and keep talking until the end. So good night, everybody.
Good night. Thanks for
And
being
then we'll all
here.
just stick around. So
And if you'd like to follow everybody.
Thank you, Amy, for someone else's birthday. But no, it was a good show. We had another freaking ridiculous late show that maybe I'll chop up, maybe I won't. You know, Hangouts on Air. We didn't talk about much about that, but they really can be a lot of work to really do them the right way and depending what you want from them.
And it's always the game's always getting ramped up, right? One person does it this way, and then another person does it another way, and suddenly you look at what they did, and it's like, oh, I better fix mine, and the next thing you know, everybody's walking around with a new Logitech camera, and everybody's wearing headphones. Yeah. And they've all got a blacked out backdrop.
Speaking of that.
Right. That's true. I was actually happy I was on location. I would go on location all the time if there were enough people around to go visit, and you know, it's fun. It was fun to be. I went to Lee Allison. We were in his kitchen. It's nice. It's nice. I'm just sitting here in my bedroom. It's like, you know, all right. Woo! Eric. I need to put a pause there. Although it's interesting, I did notice some people do have, I guess, sponsors. I don't necessarily know. It's funny, I see shows have sponsors before I've even seen an episode of the show. I was like, oh, okay.
My podcast has a sponsor.
What?
My podcast has a sponsor that I do on Google+.
Yeah, that's cool. So it had a sponsor before you did your first show?
Yes, I did. Because I have I make content on YouTube on a bi-weekly basis, and so I kind of had the sponsorship from that, and I just asked them, well, can we roll over that sponsorship when I do my Google Plus podcast? And they're like, sure. So it kind of rolled over from an existing, thing.
Yeah, I mean, do you see that? Do you all see that with the Hangouts on Air, that people are just going to sponsorships? People are going to get sponsorships? And the consistency?
I haven't seen a lot. I've seen, tons of Google Plus Hangouts, though. People, talk and...
You've seen a ton of on air? Since it's gone public? Have you all seen a ton of on air since it's gone public?
I really haven't seen a lot of change. Maybe a couple extra. But that was the thing. I was in, it's called Google Plus Week. And Chi Chu was on, and I asked him. It was like, has there been a big constant uprise of online on-air hangouts? And he kind of beat around the bush talking about it like he always does. I mean, if he's watching this, I'm sorry, but that's true.
No, it's fine. Yeah, he knows what he does.
Yeah, and I know it's kind of like Google is like, don't say this, don't say that. So I totally get where he's coming from when he's not like totally specific on stuff. But for me personally, I've gone and looked at like the Hangouts to watch and Hangouts on air to watch or whatever, and I really haven't seen a big change from before they started handing it out to the masses. I mean, if you go to YouTube and you go to like youtube.com/live or whatever, you can see the recent live Hangouts and the ones that have been recorded, and a lot of those are just tests. I see everybody they're just testing their Hangouts on air, and I'm not seeing like a constant kind of stream of people doing Hangouts on air. I'm really not.
Right.
And that's the thing too. 30 or so Hangouts that are public out of 100 million users, so that's a high percentage.
Eric.
It's totally true too, because I was in a Hangout with a Google Plus app developer, and he has special access to the API, and we were just talking about Google Plus like on air and stuff, and he's like, yeah, I just queried the API right now, and what was supposed to be like the high point for Hangouts on air, he was saying that there's like 6 Hangouts that were public, and and he can even see the private Hangouts too, and there's only like 4 or 5 of them, so there wasn't a lot.
They were on air or just in general?
In general.
All right.
Because we're tired of all of the, band disruption and everything else that goes on. Those of us who hang out a lot, we're I think that's my theme for tonight is exhaustion. We're tired of seeing all the pixelated images and the voice lag and image lag and everything else. It's just, can you just give me one thing that works properly, please?
I know it's one of the things that I've been asking for since I got Hangout on Air in the beta group. I'm like, I want better audio.
And maybe that's it. You think that's it? You think people are like, oh, the audio and video or whatever is not great?
Listen, I've had Hangouts on Air for 2 months and I haven't done one.
Right. I was going to mention it. A lot of people have. A lot of people never use it.
It's embarrassing to put out something Why would I embarrass myself by inviting in somebody because I'm not going to work with the Google community. I'm going to bring something to the Google community. I'm not going to draw out of my own backyard here. So why would I invite somebody in and embarrass myself and them by having it fall apart?
Yeah, I don't use it because Google won't allow me to take my YouTube channel off of it and put the YouTube channel I do use on this account.
There are ways around it, but yeah. And hopefully they're supposedly working on a solution for that. We'll see how long it takes.
I hope they find it soon.
I got Hangout on Air. I had to switch from Google. I had to switch my main Google Plus account from one account to the other account. Or actually, I did that with my YouTube account. I changed my YouTube account from one account to the other account.
Or you could feature, or you'd have to feature it on 2 different accounts at the same time.
Yeah,
do that.
It's
annoying.
Then it wouldn't get recorded there, so then I'd have to go download it and then re-upload it. I didn't want to deal with that, so I can just change it around.
It's more time consuming. Yeah.
I have one Google or one YouTube account that was made in 2012 and one YouTube account that was made in 2006, and those 2 accounts are very different because one was post-acquisition and one was pre, and how they manage those are very, very different than they could be. I don't think the acquisition went well.
I have a pre-acquisition account. I have a pre-acquisition account, but I don't know